Good morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. And first of all, I am very glad that this event was organized despite the challenges of COVID-19. And we are currently attending its opening ceremony because I have personal experience that several international scientific events I have planned to attend in this year have been cancelled or postponed. And every year, this conference attracts researchers from all over the world. And this year was not an exception. We received 79 submissions from authors in 19 countries. And this indicates that over the years, this conference was truly gained international recognition, as it brings together a large number of brilliant experts who showcase the state of the art of the aforementioned fields and come to discuss the newest project as well as direction for future research. As we are determined not to stop improving the quality of the conference, only 30 scientific papers were accepted to be published in this volume. 38% acceptance rate, and each submission was reviewed by at least 3 reviewers, while borderline papers had an additional evaluation. And reviewing and selection was performed by our highly esteemed program committee, who we thank for devoting their precious time to produce through reviews and feedback to the authors. It should be noted that this year the program committee consisted of 47 reviewers, represented 29 academic institutions and 16 countries. I would like to thank all those who contributed to the organization of this event, authors, reviewers, keynote speakers, chairs of special sessions, faculty and university administration, including the dean and vice rector for research and innovation, who are participating right now in this event, and the members of program and organizing committees, especially technical staff and all others who contributed to the conference but did not mention. Of course, it's a pity that the absolute majority of foreign colleagues did not have the opportunity to come to Lithuania, Kaunas, but I hope that this will not only prevent you from gaining new knowledge, getting to know new colleagues, gaining new experience, but also having a great time. So welcome to ICIST 2021 conference, and I would like to invite to welcome speech our Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Professor Leonas Blaševičius.
Dear conference participants, the staff of Kaunas University of Technology, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference ICIST 2021. For staff presented here today, I would like to bring my gratitude for your contribution to our university. Of course, when I'm welcoming you to the conference, I would like to welcome you with a request. What challenges we faced in IT technologies, looking to the digital agenda in Europe or worldwide in this case. As you know, your research findings are as important to us as it is to you. Our university, Kaunas University of Technology, puts great emphasis on excellence in study and learning, research and innovation. So, looking into the future, internationalization, maybe it's the cornerstone of each university. And even in the near future, it will be more important because the challenges we're facing worldwide cannot be solved by any nation alone. So we need just to combine our collective efforts. Let me bring a little bit an overview of Kaunas University of Technology. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you the Kaunas innovation ecosystem, because one of the strategic priorities of the university is to empower that ecosystem. So we have in Kaunas region around 50,000 students, 2,500 researchers, and a lot of companies. Of course, the small and medium enterprises dominating here in Kaunas region. The areas we developing here in Kaunas innovation ecosystem were related with Industry 4.0 and digital transformation, was directly related with the conference, health technology, food, new materials, energy, creative and cultural industries, and of course, innovation and entrepreneurship. And one of the keystones in that Kaunas innovation ecosystem is Kaunas University of Technology. We are one of the largest technological universities here in Baltic, and we are well known with linkages with business and industry. If we take a look a little bit to the basic facts about the university, it's about 8,000 students, 300 PhD students, and about 11% of international students. So it's community, academic community of Kaunas University of Technology. At the university, we have 8 research institutes, 9 faculties, 4 business and research valleys, and of course, 4 campuses in 3 cities. I'm not going to name the names of faculties or research institutes, just I would like to say you that recently we established in the university the Artificial Intelligence Center, which just like an umbrella for all researchers from different faculties and research institutes to collaborate. It's like a collaboration platform. And I'm encouraging all of you just to collaborate with this AI center. Of course, a very important task for the university, it's a future generation of researchers, which goes to academia or to the industry. Currently at the university, we have 19 PhD programs, all in the fields of technological sciences, social sciences, and nature sciences. What's important to say that about 2/3 of all these programs are double degree programs together with well-known universities from Europe and Asia. Of course, if we take a look to the numbers of the students, so most of them are in the field of technological sciences and less in social sciences and nature sciences. Regarding the gender equality in this case, so equality is achieved from the scale of view of the university, but you see in the technological sciences, we have less female, and in social sciences, we have still less males in this case. What's important to say about the internationalization of the PhD studies is that about 28% of all PhD students at Kaunas University of Technology were foreigners in this case. And even this year admission shows that about 1/3 of all newcomers PhD candidates were from the foreign institutions. Of course, when we talk about the academic staff and new generation of researchers, PhDs, it's very important to show also the figures, how we are successful attracting the contracts from national or international grants, and of course from the industry. So you could see that revenue from research projects, as national as international, were growing each year. And I'm happy to say that the Kaunas University of Technology is the leader in the country, in Lithuania, regarding successful participation in the Europe Horizon 2020 program. And I believe we will be the same successful in Horizon Europe program. The collaboration with industry also grows up each year. And I'm happy that income is growing up more than 13% each year. And I hope we will keep that trend in the future. Also, regarding collaboration with industry, it's very important to have a successful technology transfer office. At the university, we have TTO, which we named the National Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, which acts as gateway between business and academia. And the goal or the task of that TTO is also to encourage the young generation students to become the entrepreneurs, the same as researchers, also to become entrepreneurs, establishing their spin-offs. And I'm finishing my presentation just announcing a few events that also shows the research, development and innovation capacities of university communities. The first one is the Technorama. It attracts young researchers not only from the Kaunas University of Technology, but also from the Baltic region. And each year, usually in the May, you could see here about around 70 inventions presented in Santaka Valley. We're attracting the venture capitalist, business angels, also to see what could be commercialized. The next big event, usually it's in the end of the October, the KTU Careers Days. So for the industry and business, it's a very good opportunity to attract new talents to the companies and to be successful in the international market. And also the last one, also usually at the end of each year, we have big conference, Lithuanian Research and Industry, which attracts as researchers, government representatives, and of course, representatives from business. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I wish you successful and fruitful discussions at the conference, and good luck at the conference.
Okay, thank you for Vice Rector. And I would like to invite for welcome speech the Dean of Informatics Faculty, Associate Professor Rita Butkienė. Please.
Dear Vice Rector, dear colleagues, dear participants of the conference, it's my pleasure to see you here at the 27th International Conference on Information and Software Technologies. This conference focuses on promotion and development of interdisciplinary research. It emphasizes a combination of social and IT needs in the context of an information and knowledge-based society. The conference is a result of the hard work of our program and organizing committees. So thank you, colleagues, and I hope you will enjoy this event. The conference promotes cooperation between European and global scientists with Lithuanian scientists. So I wish you will have time not only for scientific discussions, but also will develop new relationships for joint projects and other fields of interest. So, dear colleagues, thank you and enjoy your time at this conference. Good luck.
So, okay, so thank you thank you for Vice Rector, thank you for Dean of the Faculty, and we have saved 15 minutes in our opening ceremony. So I would like to introduce the first conference keynote speaker, data scientist and Chief Executive Officer of Johnson Company Intellers, Martin Hagood. And Martin, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Yes, great. So now you have 15 extra minutes.
Oh, great.
15
great.
extra minutes for your presentation. So I think that it will not be a problem for you. Yes.
I can talk all day if you want.
Okay, so thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's really a pleasure to be virtually in Kaunas. As you might have read, I'm connected to Lithuania already for quite a long time through 2 companies, and very happy to share some of the learnings that we picked up over the course of the last few years. So I'm Martin Hagood. I'm a Dutch citizen living in the Netherlands, and spend a quarter of my time in Lithuania. More than 30 years into the area of analytics with a background in econometrics. So what I like to do is to kind of share the experience that we've had and we still have and are going through with regards to AI. And you could say, well, first question and the summary I would give is AI a hyped trend or not? We're in the area of finance in particular, and you could say that it's everywhere, and there's no topic that you can touch upon and AI plays a role. However, my statement is that it is definitely overhyped. It is of tremendous value for all of us and for the whole of the industry and the humanity, but there is a big downside to this hype that we are undergoing. I saw that there's another speaker today who talks about the skewness of information, or in the media, you could say bias. And that really also accounts for the news around AI in general terms. Most of what we get presented refers to a tiny percentage of the totality of companies in the market. So we see a lot of success stories, we see a lot of hype, a lot of industry leaders that have great expectations and prophecies about what AI can do. Now, to a large extent, it's true, but it's also to a large extent false. I hope to clarify that by going through a number of topics here. This statement from Pablo Picasso is an illustration of, I think, the paradox that we're undergoing in this revolution that we're seeing in front of us. You could say, computers can only give us answers. You might debate his viewpoints, because sometimes we're very happy with the answers that we get when we ask a question to Google and we get a very swift response. But I've never experienced yet a good and relevant question the computer was asking me. As a matter of fact, research shows that, take the chatbots, they are an increasing source of annoyance to us, and they show very little improvement. So asking questions is really a key quality, you could say, as we have as human beings. And this is one of the core things that we do in research, that we do in the business. And very often, we give intelligence to the computer where, I guess as researchers better than I know, that computers are inherently dumb. So continuing with asking questions. Now, a few questions I'm trying to address during my talk. So where do we stand in the level of maturity of AI? Is that really clearly understood? Because there's a lot of expectations there. Are we meeting up to these expectations? How do AI implementations go in reality? Aside those, top companies that are all raving about it, what is the situation for an average SME or an SMB company? How can we accelerate the practical applications, in particular in the finance field? And what is the impact of AI on the finance professionals? And is there a kind of a map to get to a data-driven enterprise? So these are some of the questions that I would like to talk you through. Now, this is kind of my map for this hour. Talk about AI. Should we fear it or should we be very happy about it? I want to debunk some of the fake news, I believe, that is going around in AI. And then I want to spend some time on the journey of data science, the process of data science. I want to mention a few challenges that we encounter from an IT perspective in data science and AI. Touch upon the process of decision making. Then I go a bit deeper into our experience in the field of accountancy, leading to, okay, what do we need for success in terms of resource and competencies? And then I'll finish off with what we need from science. Hopefully, kind of enticing you to come up with research in the particular areas where we feel that is absolutely needed. I will use data science and AI and mix it here and there. I will clarify a bit later on. So this was a study done a couple of years ago already by the World Economic Forum. Very big study. You can find it still on the web. Very useful. But it started off with basically highlighting my point that there is. It's highly sensationalized. And it leads to a lot of people that are really, believing in it and kind of evangelizing AI. But there is an other side to it where a lot of people are very fearful of AI. So there's all kinds of things going on there from a lot of different dimensions. And let's unpack it a bit just to understand, where things are. As part of this whole study of the World Economic Forum, they kind of laid out what they expect in terms of financial services in virtually every area, or every area you should say, insurance, investments, capital markets, infrastructure, lending. What will be the impact of AI? And there they have come up with a scale where they start off on the left-hand side of this chart, doing the same things better, up to doing something radically different and everything in between. And they come up with lots of examples of where these innovations are already happening and where they expect they will come. So very helpful because it gives direction and it gives an understanding of the possibilities. However, debunking a few things in this area. They talk about self-driving finance. Self-driving finance basically meaning that we take out all intermediaries in the market and you connect everything to everything. Data quality is not so important anymore. That's another myth, I would say, that I come across when we talk about implementations of AI. Another very big challenge that we have is our understanding of the data. When I speak at conferences in front of IT managers, I ask IT managers the simple question, do you have a model of your data? And I haven't seen one yet that dares to raise his hand, which is quite scary to me, because if data is the new gold, and the IT manager doesn't know how it's structured or where it is, then we really have an issue. And this is what we encounter day in and day out with the customers that we talk to. The whole structure of data with the multiple data systems and cloud systems, on-premise systems, it's all virtually impossible right now for an IT manager to truly understand the data of his organization. And that is a big threat. And it's not getting easier with the move to the cloud, because most cloud providers are very protective of this information. So that's a worry. Another misconception is that efficiencies will increase with AI. I'll talk about it a bit later when we talk about accountancy, but we have seen that providing more anomalies, for example, in the process of accounting, forces an auditor to look into it. So initially, AI will uncover much more things that we didn't uncover before, and therefore efficiencies will not per se increase. Then there are some bigger fake news items which I will not explore into. Maybe it's a topic for another conference. But they are, and I'll just pick on one. The metaphor that our brain is a computer is an extremely dangerous metaphor. First of all, it's absolutely not the case. Like top researchers in neuroscience will confirm to you, and any computer scientist will tell you. But a large majority of business professionals, even highly educated people, think that the computer thinks, which is absolutely not the case. Now you might say, well, that is okay, that is just misinformation for them, but the implications can be huge, because then when you take this metaphor for true, then it's very logical to conclude that when computers get better and faster, that they will overtake us as a human being, which is absolutely not the case. So this is, to my opinion, one source of the fear that we see around AI. Now, there's many definitions on AI, and I don't need to teach you on AI, but I'd still take one definition from a professor from Oxford University, because I think it really kind of breaks it down into what it really is. There are many good definitions, don't get me wrong, around AI. But this one I really like because it basically simplifies it to the bone. Basically, it says AI is a mathematical algorithm that sorts, filters, selects. It kind of doesn't really sound sexy anymore, but it's in fact technically what happens. There's an element of learning, of course, and there's an element of statistically analyzing the outcome. And it's really good at doing narrow tasks. So if you kind of boil it down to sort, filter, select, which is hard to comprehend for many people that are not really technical, but it kind of brings it down to what it is. And of course, there's many, complicated models and very advanced algorithms. And, my team is in the forefront of some of these things. But in order to get people acquainted and trust AI, you really have to explain to them what it really is and what it really is not. So that's why I like this definition, because it takes it to the core. And basically, it reminds us that computers are inherently dumb and don't have any conscious, cannot think or whatsoever. Moving on to what I would call the journey of data science. This is kind of the route or the map that we draw out for companies when they want to embark on a journey to AI. We say a lot of companies want AI, but often need BI. They are not mature in their data structures, they're not mature in their basic analytics, in their basic automation, but they all want to go to this nirvana of AI. So we pen out, a route to them. And we start with what you could call sometimes, as I said, the black hole of data. You need to funnel that data through a kind of what you could call a stargate, a data stargate, in order to structure the data in such a manner that you can perform normal visualizations, insights out of the data. You might say, well, that's really basic. And indeed, this is really basic. But many companies, and particularly in the SME segment, are still at this level. And they are confused because they see all this news on AI coming by, and they're really afraid of missing out. And they want to rush into it. We're basically telling them, you need to take it step by step. You need to understand your data and then uncover it to normal business insights. A lot of companies are in need of basic alerting on their data, on their sales, on their finance. A lot of companies are stuck into their legacy systems still in the lack of data warehouses, or even in too many data warehouses. I was visiting a large insurance company that was kind of a construct of many different companies, and they had 54 data warehouses. It's one of the largest insurance companies in Holland. 54 data warehouses, where originally the idea was that a data warehouse contained all the basic management information that a company needs. So it's really a big challenge. You move from alerting to collaborate, and then you can get to what you could call Planet AI. And every company is somewhere on this journey. And you need to take one step at a time. Now, talking about the process of data science. And the process of data science is very much like how you conduct a normal research. It's very straightforward. Ask the right questions, review the sources, get understanding of the data sources, explore and integrate the data, get into the domain knowledge, model the data, visualize, communicate, and back to square one. And of course, this is an ongoing process. It might seem very obvious to you, but a lot of youngsters that come from university and have some degree in computer science or mathematics or even data science, they jump immediately to the modeling. Can I apply, machine learning? They can't wait to apply machine learning, and they really get into the nitty-gritty of that immediately. So that's why a lot of things fail, because wrong expectations from the company that hired the person, the girl or the guy, for the data scientist or the machine learning expert themselves as well, because they find out that once they want to start modeling, they first need to go back to the beginning and explore the data. Initially, that is something that's overlooked on every case. So you have to really take them through this whole methodology. We see an influx of people getting into data science and calling themselves data science without having the scientific way of using the appropriate method of analyzing, of setting up an experiment, defining the questions, defining the hypothesis, investigating the data, and investigating the domain. They immediately want to jump to programming in R or Python to do machine learning. That's really a big issue right now. Creates a lot of frustration among the younger people, as well as a mismatch with the company's expectations. Now, another aspect is, okay, you might say, well, why is this so difficult? Because most of the important algorithms are free, right? There's a lot of things are open source, and a lot of things you could say have evolved and have improved, and definitely true. But why is it so complicated, AI, if a lot of these code, a lot of these algorithms are free? Well, it's actually the opposite point to my previous point. You really need the whole of it to work, and that really takes a lot of time. Such a research cycle in order to do a proof of concept takes time. To interact with the organization and test the outcomes takes time. once you then have, let's say, a minimum viable product, then it takes time to operationalize that product and automate the solution that you have, because every data science project starts at a research phase. So that makes it really cumbersome and difficult, and very often hardly understood what it takes to really get to this level. Now, there is an IT component to it. And this is from an article from Google, and I think it was called the technical depth in IT with regards to AI. And here you can see at the center, there is the machine learning code. So this is where, all these papers are being written about, and, and breakthroughs are found, and, where you have great advancements. But if you look at it from an IT perspective, on what does it take to automate a machine learning code, there's a whole raft of other tools and systems that you need on top of your algorithm in order to bring it to production. Now, and of course, this is, you could say, relatively easy when your data is homogeneous. Let's, for example, take, visual recognition of a photo or a scan. That's very homogeneous data in itself. It can be a lot of data, it can be very fine data, but the source is fairly homogeneous. In the context of where we are operating, and a lot of companies are operating, take the area of finance, the data is very heterogeneous. So you have different sources with different structures that need to be integrated. So it's much more complexity there. Now, let's assume that we have a bank or a financial institution that develops a certain fraud identification algorithm. Now, everything is okay during the test and the R&D, and we have findings, and very often it's done quick and dirty by a researcher or by a data scientist, and they come up with an outcome. And everyone is very enthusiastic because he's found something that was really very hard to find, but you can only do with a machine learning algorithm. Really good. But if I list 100 of these initiatives, then only a very few make it to production on just by looking at the data. Now, that is due to a number of things, but one of the key things here is the IT challenge in order to automate. Let's take the example when you have 3 different sources that you're needing for this machine learning code, then there's already complexity in gathering the data on a regular basis. Now we have much more, and then need to bring it to a production server, which is a different IT environment than your normal server, because you need much more compute power. So you need a separate infrastructure for that. And then within that infrastructure, you need a multiple of tools in order to manage the process of the code development and the updating of the model. And there's a lot of governance coming up and regulations coming up that really wants to have oversight of the workings of the algorithms, the auditability of algorithms. There's one, I think this article is 2 years old from Google. There's even a new box now on the block, you could say, and that's explainability. I think that's only 2 years old, that there are now separate software systems that are around explainability. So the whole challenge around bringing machine learning to production is very much area in the development. It's immature in the market. Many companies are in this space. Some companies focus on one particular function of this overview. Others focus on putting together multiple of these functions. So it's really a big challenge. Although some companies claim they have plug and play, there is no plug and play in the world. I can tell you. There's plug and play with Lego in your kids, but there's no plug and play on this. And it's still a question mark how this software market is going to develop. And another proof point for me that this is very immature is that we work with a company called NVIDIA. You might know them. They are known for their GPUs, the high performance graphic cards that were used in gaming and are now being applied for AI. And they actually have also got AI data centers. I cannot do a poll right now, but if I would ask you how many AI data centers are there around, you would probably be way over, because in Europe, there's less than a handful data centers on AI. So it's a very immature, although everyone thinks AI is everywhere, the IT is far behind, because most of what we see with AI is all extremely narrow. Like I mentioned, some of the applications that we see in our day-to-day consumer life, but in a business environment where the data is much more heterogeneous, it's very far behind. Now, another aspect that is very often underestimated and not being looked at is how the process of decision-making works. This is a famous chart that I'm reusing here, but just to make the point that getting to data is where most time is lost and most value is lost. So, and as you can imagine, decisions need to be making more and more at a higher speed. So getting to the data is a bigger problem than doing an analysis right now at most companies, because there's such a time lag. I'll give you an example of the banking world. Banking world is very much challenged now because the early warning systems are not functioning anymore. I know a couple of banks that basically shut off their early warning systems for the monitoring of their loans because there were too many false positives going off. Now, if you analyze where the bank is getting their data from, and that's basically from the bank statements from their clients. So if they see that a client has some cash issues, small company or medium-sized company, then they start reacting. But that is on average 90 to 100 days later than some of the initial events that led to the cash problems. The second information banks are depending on are annual reports. Now, if you have an SME or SMB company, you know that you basically file your report, at least that is the case in Holland, a year or a year and a half after the fact. So there's very low value in that information. So banks are really looking for ways to get better information, in particular when you have certain credits at risk. Now, technologically, the data is there. Those companies have accounting systems, they have ERP systems. It's just that the banks have no access to that information. But we've seen that once you give through the client access to that very basic financial information, financial transactions, payments, debtors, cash transactions, then the bank can make a better decision and can help the client much better than he could before. Nothing to do with algorithms. It's just, getting access to basic financial information. It's not the practice right now. It's not the practice right now. On the one hand, because of the banks are very fearful of, getting into the data of the clients because of all privacy reasons, quite rightfully so, I should say. But their interest for the customers is also high. And we've seen the cases when they are providing the information, both the bank and the customer is better served. So something needs to happen there in order to kind of get away from this latency. And there's extremely value into that. Then you get into the analysis latency. And, to be honest to say, that's relatively simple when you have your data properly organized. And as most of you probably know, a data scientist spends 90% of his time on the first step on the data, as opposed to doing the analysis. So this is important to take into account in the whole decision-making process, that most companies are still very thin on good information around the basic operation they have, And I often say that BI goes before AI. A lot of companies want to jump into AI, but haven't even got to the basic understanding of their operations. So let's move on to the use case. We have been working for 4 years in the finance area, in particular in the accountancy, both on the external accountants as well as in the internal accountants. So there's a lot of things happening in the accountancy in Western Europe, I would say, but I think it probably has a bigger scope. There is more and more pressure on regulation, on transparency. There's a lot of pressure to get better value from accountants, as opposed to just checking the books and giving a signature on an annual report. They are expecting more. The customers expect more. The market, let's say the stakeholders, the consumers, the regulators are more and more strict as well. They are also more demanding towards the accountancy. As you know, there are quite a number of scandals in where accountants have been involved, and that leads to more regulation. There are certain tasks that accountants now perform during an audit, but they do it at a very shallow level. In particular, I talk about fraud and business continuity. So there are new regulations coming very quickly, driven from EU and from national supervisors, that put a higher demand on an accountant with regards to reporting, compliance, risks, and so on. So at the same time, the business model for the accountant is being challenged because there are new players in the market that claim that they can do things much more efficient than the traditional accountants can. So at the same time, they see that they need to improve their quality. On top of that, they see data science and AI coming up, and they see some examples for the large consulting players doing really some breakthrough things in the accountancy. So how are the smaller accounting firms going to pick up on that? So that was the challenge that we were up to, trying to come up with a way where we could develop a system using AI and data science technologies in order to radically change the way accountants work. Now, theoretically, it is not really very mind-boggling. The whole theory is already there for a long period, and it's kind of summarized by continuous auditing. That's not a new concept, but we found out that it is absolutely not happening at all. Definitely not from an external point of view, and only for very large companies, we see now the concept of continuous auditing really picking up. And as like this schema shows, it's fairly straightforward. There are risks at different levels. There are different levels of controls. There are supervisors. There is a first line of defense. There's a second line of defense. The theory is not difficult. The practice is much harder. And if I just go back to this one, the market context for us to understand in the accountancy and in the financial world in general is there's a huge demand for their services in a traditional way of the word, meaning that they are inundated with work. In particular in this corona crisis, there is a more demand for their services because more customers have questions around their finances, around their loans, around their tax, around all of these things. So they are in a certain business model. They have a shortage of people across there's many shortages right now in many professions. but they had already a big shortage of people, and that's only got worse. So they're kind of stuck. How can you change in such a situation when the market is demanding so much and you can't really do what you're supposed to do properly? And now even they are going to ask you to do more with all these regulations coming. So from that point of view, it's very logical that they put their eye on technology and areas of like data science to get much more in control. But how mature is the market actually? When you look at, I've taken here, let's say, a view of more of the technological aspects of analytics. So, where are things, and the blue diagram, the blue spider relates to where is the technology right now. So for example, when we take data connectivity, I would say the market is around 7 on a scale from 1 to 10. There's lots of data connectivity tools available. It's getting better and better, and I would rate it as a 7 right now. If I take the marketing industry that was always in the forefront of analytics, they are kind of, they're picking up on that. And for most of these elements of analytics, they are leading versus many other industries. We look at ETL and storage, we see, also technology is improving there. Still not what it needs to be, I would say, but it's really, there's lots of technology available. Marketing is heading that way. They are okay, they're progressing. But you can see from an accountancy point of view, and maybe in general terms, the finance industry is very immature on almost all of these analytical aspects. Immature with regards to the data management, immature with regards to the visualization, the dashboarding, embedding analytical content, workflow integration is extremely immature, which is kind of strange because you would expect they are quite more than average analytical, that they would not be that far behind. But this is just what we have seen over the course of the years working with nearly 40 different accounting firms. So what are our learnings from what we have done in the accountancy? So the idea was really good. The direction is really good, but the pace is slow, if I'm honest. Automating the core, this is one thing we bumped into immediately, is still fairly low. Now, what does that mean? If you take just let's take an average size of a company, let's say 10 million euro revenue, you would expect that their accounting system is working properly and has implemented the software as you would expect it. Now, there's a difference between running a company and getting your revenue and making profits, and doing that in such a way that you can really start to be data-driven. Because if you want to be data-driven, it requires a certain level of quality of your processes and subsequently also of the data. Now, what we find is that, the lower you go, of course, in the pyramid of companies, the lower the maturity. But we saw many companies, sizable companies, that were, was very much a mixed bag. There was not one company where we'd say, okay, this is really state of the art. They've done full implementation of SAP and they really did it according to the book. Those implementations are just not there. So they might be data driven, but they're not data mature. It's also the IT departments are leaving those companies, by the way. I mean, I don't know if everyone is aware of that, but IT is more and more outsourced and more to the cloud, which means that the IT knowledge is less and less available. And that's not only true for accountancy, but accountants were never investing in IT much. And now they need to catch up with that. And they're struggling to find the right way to do that because they don't have the competency in-house. So that's a very a big factor as well. Now, a lot of financials professionals are using BI, but only to a certain extent. They know mostly they are Excel kings. I think the whole world hangs on Excel. If some bug in Excel, I think it would be even worse than COVID, to be honest. But Excel-based, moving to mostly Power BI and Tableau. But with all the limitations of the data that they got from Excel, because basically they're using the same data, but just with another tool, where the problem was in the data and not in the tool. That's a misconception. So that leads to the fact that BI often is immature in the accountancy and in the finance industry. And they're already reaching out to AI. Okay, so we have three problems here. We have the data with the technology and the automation. The BI is immature, and they're already starting to hammer on the fact that they need AI. So very often it's just too early. Of course, there are some pockets where there are successful implementations. We've been into those as well, but those are more pockets than it is really structural. Detecting anomalies in invoices is a good example where you can achieve a lot with NLP just to indicate risks in invoices. That's being applied more and more quite successfully. But that's only one part, very small portion of what an accountant needs to do. Then there's the business model mismatch. When you want to, as a financial institution, as a financial company, you want to have new data products. For example, you want to go to continuous auditing, then it's logical that you cannot charge every time the same amount. Normally, it's all hour-based. So when a company does an audit for a larger firm, let's say, again, a company of, let's say, 20, 30 million euro, then the company needs to be audited by an external auditor, and that might cost between 15 to 30,000 euro. Now, if you go to continuous auditing, you cannot ask 30,000 euro every time. You need to change your model. Now, that sounds very easy, but it's a hard transition to do. Imagine the following example, which was a live example that we did. We investigated VAT anomalies. So you just have, let's say you have 100,000 invoices that are going through an accounting system. And we had set up, I think, 25 different rules to be checked. Is the VAT the right VAT percentage? Is it the right percentage because of the location where the goods are going and the type of goods? There were many different ways that you could use the wrong VAT percent. Now, we came up with a way to do that very efficiently, and you had an automated analysis, within an hour. The traditional way of doing that function of VAT checks was just, take the invoices, let's say 1,000 invoices, and they would go through the invoices and find the errors. And they just charge by the hour. So when we came up with that product, we thought, well, this is a great product because, you can do it much faster. But then the accountant said, well, where can I put my hours? Because, I have many hours left now. So you might see that as an obvious step to take, but we saw that it really takes time in order for those new products to be accepted. So technology, not a problem. The business rules and the algorithms are not a problem. It's the change of behavior that really needs to follow to embrace the new product. So that was another challenge we run into, and that links into the evolution of the role of the accountant. As I said in the beginning, when you take an audit, normally when audits are performed, they use sampling techniques. So they take 1,000 invoices and they take out a certain sample of invoices, and they conclude from that. Either there's a risk or there's no risk. I need to investigate that. But when you count all the invoices, you find more. And if you find more risks, an auditor has the obligation to investigate. So he needs more time. So we run into this problem that it's more effective, but it's not more efficient. So of course you can then say, okay, then you have to redesign your process and redesign the whole working methods. But it was just something that we run into, and we see it in more territories, that when you are applying more sophisticated techniques and analytics, that has a bigger impact than you might expect on the working practices of the person that is involved. Another thing is that an accountant traditionally is looking back to see if what was reported was done properly and if there are any risks. In other words, he's backward looking. It says, and AI is forward looking. What should be, in many cases, should be more forward looking than backward looking. So that's another mismatch that we found, that it was very hard to have a discussion with accountants about a forecast, because they always go back to the customer and say the customer is responsible for making a forecast. And if I get his forecast, then I can make a judgment on the quality of his forecast. But since very few medium-sized companies are able to make a good forecast, it's a catch-22. Now, accountants have an obligation to say something about the continuity of a company. And you can only say something about the continuity of a company if you have some concept of the forecast. It is becoming more prevalent, so there is a bigger need for the accountants to really get to that level. Again, here, the tooling is not so much the problem. Okay, the data is a challenge to get the data, but once you have the data, you can do, many different types of forecasting. But it's stuck at the accountant themselves because they feel very uncomfortable with such a task because they hardly ever do that, really. Although they have the technical competencies, and accountants, and I don't know how it is in Lithuania, but here in Holland, it takes 6 years before you are a registered accountant. So they're absolutely not dumb, but they are so traditional in their way of working that it's not their comfort zone, although that they know the theory of forecasting. So that's another challenge that we run into. Now, one other one that I don't mention here, but it's also very prevalent, is the fact that they can't find young people anymore that want to work as an accountant. It's being perceived as an old job with old technology, and there is also the element that accountants more and more need to be focused on compliance and less on advisory services. That's another regulator pressure coming on, where the accountant in the past was a combination of an auditor and an advisor, and now with all these scandals is being separated more and more. And that makes the job less attractive for many young people who are really more into advisory mode or consultative selling. Now, there are two areas I mentioned that where regulations are coming, which will pressure the industry and the accountants and the companies to focus more on fraud and business continuity. So there is just no way around it. They have to embark on this journey, but the route to do that for, let's say, medium-sized accounting firms is not really very obvious right now. So more regulation is coming, which is a big opportunity as well for AI and data science. And the example that I mentioned, by just uncovering accounting information in a very fast manner is of tremendous value for both the companies as well as for their stakeholders. Stakeholders being banks or financial service providers, tax office. They would really benefit when they would get more insights into the true operation of a company. So that links into my next point, which is with regards to competencies for data science / AI. And the beginning, I mentioned that we have many youngsters where the only qualification apparently is you need to be able to program in R or Python, to be a successful data science. I'm listing here, I guess, about 100 competencies spread over business, technology, and programming, modeling, methodologies, communication, collaboration, and data. It's about 100 competencies we came up with. And programming is definitely one of them, but it's only one of them. Okay, there's a couple of more related to programming, but the point being is that, we are educating data scientists, or at least what I see in the market, it's all about R and Python. The real problem is in the data, first of all. There is very little, what I see, done with regards to data engineering. And I would say there's a bigger demand for data engineers than there is for data scientists right now. First of all, every data scientist, when he starts, is going into data engineering because you need to work the data, otherwise you cannot be in data science. Okay, so it could be a frustration because they wanted to do machine learning as soon as possible, but they have to first engineer the data. That is really a gap right now that I see in our education systems. There's too little time spent on data structures, data engineering, data modeling, data cleansing, everything that needs to happen in the realm of data, they are not at the right level. Many don't even know what an entity relationship diagram is. Now, there are many IT managers that even don't know that. I mentioned that point before, but I would say it's absolutely necessary for a data scientist to think in data structures. Not only technical, but first of all, logical data structures, as well as in technical data structures. So that's a big gap that we see with the young people that are getting on the market right now. They have very little understanding. Oh, okay, they did some SQL and they had a course on what a database system is, what a data warehouse is, but they have to be ingrained with data engineering. That's also why I say, well, is this really a competence for data science? I would say it's a broader competence scheme for more functions. Or conversely, you would say that in the end, everyone needs to be some kind of a data scientist because everyone needs to understand data sooner or later. Okay, and I quite often say this to business professionals, that I'm claiming that when they are a business professional and they're in the consulting or an advisory role, they are a data scientist already, because they are pivoting, they take data into Excel and they run some pivots, they analyze, they assess, they simulate, they model, they conclude, they gather data, that's what a data scientist does, I'm telling them. So my point is here that on the one hand, the data science people that want to go for data science or an AI job really need to be more broader educated, in particular on the area of data. And the business people that kind of wants to keep technology at bay, I would say, well, no way. You have to really understand data better. Everyone needs to understand data better because it becomes almost impossible to understand the business from processes only. So I come from a generation where you were taught functionally, marketing, sales, HR, inventory management, the whole lot from a functional point of view, process oriented. But as I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, the number of systems is so overwhelming and the application landscape is so threatening almost to a lot of companies that they have no clue how it actually works anymore. I don't know if you've ever been encountering SAP, but SAP has like, I think, more than 50 or 100,000 tables. Well, that's a really big entity relations diagram. And you can't get it. You get parts of it. It's really hard to understand the structures. You can, but it's hard work. I think for procurement only, you need about 100 tables. So it's important also for business people to start to understand the complexity of data structures, because just process only is not gonna help you to solve it. So two sides to this coin. Data scientists need to be broader educated, computer scientists or AI specialists, data consultants, it all applies. As well as the business professionals need to be educated in many of these data elements as well as the business students need to be more versed into technologies. Final remark on this chart is that what we see emerging right now as more and more important is everything around communication and collaboration, visualization, storytelling. The tools there are really more and more friendly, more immersive. It requires a new specialization, I would say. Because making a dashboard or making a graph that is really telling, and we're very visual people, is very important. Sometimes you only have 2 minutes to make your story, and then you really have to come to the conclusion very quickly and really take people by the hand and really tell a compelling story. So it's becoming a really very important. And I've seen that in our practice. When we were working for a large bank, we created very advanced graph, which was actually an animated graph. And it was for a board. And the board member said, well, one of the board members said, well, Martin, I really like what you're showing here. I really like it. But what is it? So in other words, the fact that the visual was so compelling already made that I won his heart. His mind still needs to follow, but the visual impact is just phenomenal. So we really have to pay more attention to that. So moving from the competencies to the cultural aspect. Now, okay, cultural, there's nothing so difficult to change than a culture. But there are a few things that are worthwhile mentioning here. A lot of companies talk about data culture, and there's an ongoing effort. And I already know this discussion started when I started my career in a mail order company. And that's actually an interesting example that is, because although my children don't know anymore what a mail order company was, try to explain to them that's actually internet with only a book to send to people to order from. But those type of companies, they have a data culture. They knew because their business model was built on a customer database. And they were sending out customer folders, leaflets, and catalogs. And they knew exactly, and I'm talking the 70s here, 80s, they know exactly what the return was on a customer record. They knew the cost of the acquisition of a customer record. They knew, so they really could talk about customer lifetime value. When that company was sold, the asset was the database. So that company was kind of, I don't know, 2 million customers they had. And they got, if you calculate it back to euros, it was 25 euro per record. So the company was sold for, I believe, 40 to 50 million euro, purely based, not on the financials, but on the customer records. So that's the level that a company needs to be at in order to really speak of a data culture. And it was expressed by the fact that that company had about 150 people nurturing the master data. 150 people that did nothing else than managing clean master data. Now, it's very logical because, and this was in the consumer space, if you do not update your master data on a regular basis, 15% is outdated within a year. So data quality, master data management is absolutely key to any type of endeavor, definitely to AI, but also for normal business practice. So if a company wants to get to a true data culture, they really have to understand that data is an asset. Sound logical, we talk about it like that, but you can actually put a financial value to it. So of course, then there are the regular things that if you embark on data science projects, that you have to have the commitment and that there must be ongoing governance and all of that. That is always true. And it fails where many IT projects fail when you don't have the successes and people are starting to question, why are we spending so much money? It's still something that needs to be done. And it requires a clever way of experimenting. Then there is a lot to say about governance and risk. Now, there's a lot of fear with privacy right now, sometimes for the good reason, but very often it's just for the lack of knowledge that people do nothing. And that's another risk that we are confronting, and we need to take care of. So it's not, right now, all the compliance and the GDPR discussions is very much tick box effort. So, you go through a list of questions and then you're compliant or not. It's not really substantiated right now by true analysis. In other words, if you fill in the blanks and you tick the boxes, you're supposedly GDPR compliant. But since no one is really checking it, the reality is quite different. Another element is that you have to have what I call the translators or the catalysts that have enough knowledge from both sides of the, let's say, spectrum, are well-versed into technology and well-versed into business, because those translators are absolutely needed in order to accelerate implementations. So I'll just leave this one to this one and then move to my final slide. And that is actually more a request to the academia. If I conclude from our experience, what we see is that there's a few things. First of all, we believe that the data science and AI jointly need to be educated across the board. It's like a must-have for everyone in whatever kind of study you do, because you will encounter it sooner or later, and you have to relate to it. So there's more needed for a broad series of studies. Then what I am not seeing a lot of is a good analysis of successful and failures in the implementations of AI. There's many different new routes, new algorithms, new techniques, new technologies, but there's very little research done on successful and failing AI initiatives or data science initiatives. So that would be also high on my list. Linking into my comments around, the problem is really the data. We need better tools in what I would call smart data discovery. Of course, you can apply AI already into exploring data and checking the quality of data, but I would say there's more needed in that space if we want to accelerate the use of AI. Then I mentioned the complexity of automating AI. There are some publications on that for sure, but I think very little understand what's happening right now and how we need to prepare for it. It's all over the place, I must say. It's connected to the development of the cloud. There's a large push in the Western world towards the cloud, which in itself has a lot of benefits, but it also has some flaws, in particular in the area of analytics. Because if you don't move to the cloud environment in a well-planned way and in such a way that your infrastructure is scalable, your process is scalable, then it can lead to higher cost. And we already see the first signs coming out of the US where companies are basically going away from the cloud because some of the analytical processes are more expensive. And it's logical because when you move to the cloud, you focus on your primary processes and bring them to the cloud. And the analytics actually is then coming into the slipstream, but you cannot cookie cutter that into the same approach. I'll give you one example of what we encounter when we saw a company that moves the application to the cloud, moved the BI to the cloud, and then they had people running queries for 3,000–4,000 euro a piece. And just because that they, a combination of two things, the architecture was not done properly and the people were not trained properly. But, with this rush to the cloud, they say, okay, everyone moves to the cloud because it's going to be cheaper and scalable. It can be a mistake at the same time. So that is all for me around the complexity of AI. And, I would also be looking for more research in that area. Two other things I already mentioned where I would say there's really missing across the board. If you've done computer science or mathematics, or you probably well into the statistics, but I think the level of statistics needs to increase because I even see a lot of machine learning specialists, so to say, that don't have the good basic understanding of statistics. And then last but not least, I will emphasize it again, I can illustrate the lack of data knowledge by if you look up data design or data modeler, that used to be a profession. It's not anymore. If I encounter someone that is able to do some design, it's probably someone of my age. The people, the younger is very underrepresented. So we really need to invest into more knowledge about data modeling. So all in all, there's a lot of promises that are not being realized yet, but there's a lot of learning which is really helping us to move forward. And the bottom line is it just takes time. There is no shortcut here. It takes time for these innovations to mature, and we might want to do it, like Warren Buffett says, in 1 month. But there are some things that just take 9 months, and that's what we just have to accept. And sometimes it's even 3 years. So that's my message. I hope that you can pick up a few ideas, and I hope that you can also help us in the business to come up with people that explore new areas and are educated in a way that they can be successful in business and in life. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Martin. And do we have questions from on-site auditorium or from remote? No. Okay, Martin, I have one question. We saw hundreds of competences for data scientists in your slides during your presentation. And could you please list at least the 3 most important trends, directions in the development of data science field that should be chosen by today's professionals who want to be competitive in the information and communication technologies market in the nearest future? And where should we improve and deepen their knowledge and competences the most? And could you please list the top 3 or top 5 competences?
Yeah. So I'll come back to my point on data structuring. That for sure I see as an underdeveloped area on the data science side. So having a knowledge on entity relations, on data marts, on data cubes, on creating extracts, preparing that, what I think the term right now is data ops. That's the term under which it's now categorized. So that's for sure one thing. The second thing I would mention is the strength of visualization. And that can be sometimes a very analytical job because it requires good programming and high performance computing quite often, apart from the fact that you really need to be able to analyze properly. So visualization, making it attractive, your outcomes is extremely important. And I see quite some potential in the NLP space of all the areas within the AI realm and the data science realm. There's a lot of opportunity to further develop the applications on NLP. And NLP is often in the curriculum, one thing they do and they might have an interest in or not, but I would also recommend that as an area for them to contribute, because that is also where they can differentiate themselves versus other professions very quickly.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Okay, thank you very much, Martin. Thank you for very interesting presentation. Okay, so dear colleagues, now we'll have the coffee break, 30 minutes coffee break, and we'll back in our conference after 30 minutes at 11:30. Thank you and see you. Jo, tai šitą tada pristatysiu. Dzień dobry, Marcin. We can hear you. We can hear you. You are muted. Marcin, you are muted. You are muted. You are still muted.
Hello, hello. Yes, yes.
Hello.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
How are you, Marcin?
I'm quite okay. As you see, I'm in the middle of the academic year and so on. So
We can hear you, Marcin. We can hear you. We can't hear you right now. We can hear you. The voice was disappeared. We still can't hear you. So I can hear all well. Okay. Okay. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
hello?
Oh, everything. Okay, perfect, perfect.
You hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it seems some kind of a connection problem. Anyway, welcome everyone. As you see, we are in the middle of starting real academic year. So we are not only remote, but remote and in reality and also recorded. So some connection problems may happen because everything is much older. Anyway, great meeting and great welcome to every participant as always. And hello to Lithuania.
Okay, so let me introduce the chair of session number 1, software engineering session, special session on intelligent system and software engineering advances. And this session will be chaired by Professor Marcin Wozniak from Silesian Technical University. So Marcin, the floor is yours.
Okay, Andrus, thank you. So I should start the session. I think this is the best recommendation. Nice to see you all in good health, in good mood. I hope next year we can return to normal real conferences, normal meeting. Will be very nice to meet again. And we should start with the presentations. I cannot check if we have all participants, but I assume that we have all of them. And the first participant for this session, I need to open the schedule.
We do not have the first participant, but we saw that we have the second one.
Okay. Okay, so please just start in the middle. Can you send me the link to the program, because I cannot open the PDF. So I need any link to introduce the participants for the session.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Aya. So now we can work. My link was probably, yes, because it was like preliminary program. Now it's the full one. So we can start, and the session is the first one. So we are starting with the second presentation, yes, like creating resilient supply chains with using blockchain technology and combining it with other technologies. And we've got a presentation from Ania Maryniak, Monika Bal, Julia Buliakova, Włodzimierz Lewoniewski.
Actually, I need to apologize, but our team is also not ready. Professor Ania Maryniak has some technical issues, and we will also like to ask to be
another postponed. Okay, so let's
Yes.
go to another team. So another team is presentation number 3. So defining beneficiaries of emerging data infrastructures toward effective data appropriation insight from the Swedish Space Data Lab. Aya Rizik, Catherine Seidlin, Georgi Kovac, Markus Lewicki, and Richard Barnwell. So Aya, just send me the link so I see you are ready. Hello.
Hi. If I share my screen now, do you see the full screen?
I see it all. Should be good.
Yes, perfect. So thank you all for being in this conference and accepting our paper. I'm here on behalf of our team. This has been the outcome from an end user study or a beneficiary study in the Swedish Space Data Lab. And I'll get to that in a minute. So briefly, the motivation for this paper is the increasing pressure on public and private organizations to be more towards evidence-based or data-driven organizations, especially in their decision-making. And because of that, they're trying to increase their data collection, data analysis, and the value of data in their day-to-day operations, which led to in many domains to the emergence of what we call data labs. Sometimes in different countries, they're called different things. So sometimes they're called data infrastructures, data labs, data factories, and so on. So in Sweden, there has been a lot of funding and financing going into the to fund these data labs to become national resources in certain thematic areas. So we have the Space Data Lab, we have the Forestry Data Lab, we have the Traffic Data Lab, we have Ocean Data Factory, and so on. We have also for NLP and so on. And it's the Swedish Innovation Agency that's funding these projects. But with the increasing emergence of such data labs, they have certain complicated data infrastructures to them. But what they aim to do is that they allow multiple beneficiaries or stakeholders from different areas to use the same data for value generation for themselves, and as well such data and associated analytics and AI capabilities need to be organized in a way that they are value generating for all such stakeholders, what we call the data network effect. Not we, but in the literature, it's called data network effect. So with that in mind, when we look at existing data labs in the US, UK, Sweden, and other countries, we see that there are 4 typical components to data labs. We see that there is a typical owner to that. We see that there are different beneficiaries. And we see that the data lab offers a certain service and requires a certain talent in terms of technical, analytical skills, and so on. So these 4 different components, when the data lab is still in the beginning of its establishment, are typically uncertain and moving and redefined all the time. And that is a typical problem in infrastructures or in the e-science community and the data infrastructures, cyber infrastructures as well.
Because I'm listening, so I'm not speaking now. It's voice Aya. So
sorry. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Okay. Sorry, I thought you lost me.
no, it's all okay because now I have double connection. So it's like 3 presentations in one time, and it's like an introduction from the beginning of this session. So please continue. Don't worry about my voice.
All right. So one of the problems that emerge with these different components being continuously changing is that we sometimes don't, we know who the beneficiaries are in terms of the organizations we want to address, but we don't really have a grasp on what defines these beneficiaries. And sometimes they would have multiple or even competing needs. So which needs should we prioritize when we design our own data lab? So that impacts a lot our lab's design decisions. And second of all, like we do know these organizations, as I said, on a high level. So we know that the forestry industry is interested, but we don't know who are the individuals that will be using the data lab and what are their mental models, data needs, and so on. And that's what we address in this paper. So we try to answer 2 research questions. One is, how can the necessary appropriation of data for such beneficiaries of data labs take place when these beneficiaries are actually undefined? And that leads to the other questions. How can the personas method or personas help us identify and define these beneficiaries of emerging data labs? And that's what we do. We use the personas from the user-centered design field to try to develop like recognizable and distinct characters of our typical user groups. And as I said, it comes from the user-centered design field, and it captures mental models, the meanings they associate with the data, and what their usage priorities are, so we know how to design for their best interest. And the context is the Swedish Space Data Lab, and it's a 2-year project that was just concluded in August. It involves 4 organizations in the consortium. That's the Swedish Space Agency, us, Luleå Technical University, the Research Institutes of Sweden, also called RISE, and AI Sweden, that is an NGO that builds a network for AI in Sweden. And first we had the ambition to conclude 5 pilots through this data lab in order to have it as a proof of concept, but later the interest led us to have conduct 9 pilots. And for this study, we had 8 individual in-depth interviews, semi-structured, lasting between 45 and 70 minutes each, with representatives from our reference group organizations. So with members from different public and private organizations that are interested to use our data lab. And in order to develop the persona, we followed Goodwin's process model in order to develop the persona, which looks something like that. I won't go into the details, but basically it's a 4-step process where you identify first the variables based on what will we compare or group these personas. We map all the interviews to these variables, we describe them in a written format, and finally we visualize it in a resume format so that we can use it easily. And what we saw when we interviewed these different beneficiaries is that we had almost 20 different variables, and they can be grouped in different ways, but what we try to do is to see which variables were continuous, which were discrete, and which were impacted on the individual use case or organizational level. So things like proficiency in terms of technical proficiency of that individual, what are their interests in the data, temporal or geographical coverage of the satellite images that they are interested in, their organization, how open the organization is towards inward and outward data sharing, and so on. So we have 3 distinct personas that came out of this study as a result. And the first one we called it, they are fictitious characters, so we called Adam Berry or AB. And this person assumes a coordination role in a county administrative board. They are very phenomenon driven, so they are interested in things like flooding or protection of critical infrastructures or sustainability or environmental sustainability and so on. So they are very focused in terms of phenomenon. And since they are representing an administrative board in a certain county, they are also very geographically focused. So they are interested in like one river or one dam or something like that, or like the lakes in that county. But they are very interested in the temporal progression of that phenomenon. So they want the data to be temporarily exhaustive. They are also concerned about data security because most of the points of interest they are interested in these areas are either parts of critical infrastructure or they want to protect it, like protect natural reserves and so on. And that person would be the least technical among all the three personas. So they don't have the capability to use a Python notebook or a non-graphical user interface to access our lab. So they need a graphical user interface to access the lab. The second persona would assume a consultant or a business associate in a private corporation, and they would identify as a space actor. And when they say space actors, they mean they have been involved in the space industry from satellite missions up to the downstream applications where the data is used in building other solutions. They are very technologically driven, so they are aware of all the technologies across this vertical, and they are interested in the exhaustive data coverage, both temporally and geographically. They have a strategic interest to be like partners with the Space Data Lab, and they are the most technically competent. So they have the depth to work with the data. They have some data science or machine learning expertise, and they are updated in terms of tools and frameworks that are used in this domain. The third and final persona is assuming a geographical information officer role at a public agency, and that role exists in many public agencies in Sweden. They are very operationally driven, so they are interested in the pipeline of how to source data, how the data is used in their organization, and so on. And they are interested in national geographic coverage over the whole of Sweden, but they are very temporally focused. So they are kind of the opposite of the first persona in that sense. They are also interested in data security, like the first persona, but they are more interested in what we call reliable pipelines. So they want, if they would not invest in their own data infrastructure and use the Space Data Lab instead, they need to make sure this is like a reliable source of data and it's continuously updated and maintained and so on. They have the most like moderate technical skills, so they are very proficient in geographic information systems and remote sensing technologies, but nothing else. So they're not aware of like different machine learning techniques, or they are not interested in the analysis. They're interested in the operations more. So what do we make out of these personas? What do we get out of this? So the three things that we discuss in the paper is how personas have helped the Space Data Lab get a grasp on at least one of, like two of the four elements. That is, okay, we know who the owner is, and now we have a grasp on whom our beneficiaries are. So now we only need to deal with two like moving targets, like the analytical talent and the offerings that we offer. But offerings is also becoming clearer with the persona, and that's what we saw after the study. The second thing is that we see this distinction in their identification as space or domain experts. And one open question we still have is like, is this a growing or a diminishing gap? So are people coming together through these data infrastructures, or is there a bigger gap getting out of it? And I think this is also potential for future research. And finally, and most important practical implication of these personas is how we prioritized our design decisions in the Space Data Lab. And finally, we decided, okay, we need to have at least 3 routes answering to these 3 different personas. One is to build the proper pre-processing, that is the Open Data Cube serving all 3 pipelines or 3 access points. And but for the personas, one is what we call the analysis lab, and that is having an environment in Python programming where they can access and do most of the analysis on the satellite images that they can, and that serves the second persona. What would serve the first persona with the least technical skills is to develop user interface with the most common questions they have in terms of phenomena they are interested in. And finally, you would have integration services where they can plug and play this, the Space Data Lab's backend with their backend operations and use it as a reliable pipeline or source of data. And with that, I'd like to wrap up and thank you for listening. And we'd love to have some feedback on how to continue with this study and also if you have any questions.
So I shall open discussion for a great presentation. Do we have any questions from the Santaka Valley? Okay, so I should ask you one question. How do you predict, or what do you think would be the future trend in the area of the research that you are doing? Would it be oriented on kind of federated computing or things like that, where, you know, where we join all the actions, or would it be like some other sophisticated idea?
So now we've been funded for a second round for this data lab, and I see two different paths that will be going hand in hand. One is about the business ecosystem that is trying to build the network around the Space Data Lab to create awareness and improve the usage of it, and that builds on our study. And on the other hand, there is the challenges that are associated with the pre-processing and the AI techniques when applied on satellite images. So we still have challenges with regards to resolution, with regards to missing data, with regards to cloud occlusion, like over areas that we are interested to measure things in. So I think these two paths will go hand in hand. One is to address the data challenges, and the other is to address the ecosystem around the data lab.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions from participants? Okay, thank you greatly for presentation, for very interesting topic, and I wish we can meet next year in reality. So stay well, and we are welcoming next presenter. Thank you so much. Who should be now? We should have now. Do we have any changes, or now everything goes according to the plan? So now should be presentation 4, I think. Design workflows, graph schemes, correctness, proof in CAD activity. Nicola Voigt and Semen Bochkov.
Switch on sound. So do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so this is great. So good morning, so good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I'm very glad to take part in ICIST conference. So let me introduce the report on theme, design workflows, graph schemes correctness, proof in computer-aided design activity. So let me switch demonstration on. So do you see presentation?
Yes, yes, please continue.
So, okay. So here are contents. So report starts with a short brief on the research field and problems in CAD activity from point of view of design workflows. Choreography approach means that several independent participants or organizations want to achieve the desirable state. It is important, especially in design workflows development. So this approach will be also formally described. Then I will tell what these enigmatic acronyms mean, and after that, theorem on correctness will be offered and proved. At the end of the report, we will conclude our results. So let's start. So ISO 42010 standard defines computer-aided design systems as complex software-intensive systems. In business process management theory, theoretical informatics, cyber-physical systems, development stages of such systems are represented by the design workflows, including algorithms, software-intensive business processes. The handling of such design workflows in the end-to-end digital design paradigm includes key design procedures such as analysis, synthesis, which are among the studies and seriously influences on the success of design and development. The problem of design solutions success in these theories has been studied for more than 30 years. The problem is caused by a high degree of development or design solutions going beyond the planned time, financial and functional requirements. Reasons and methods for developing complex automated systems with improved efficiency are identified in such theories as in business process management, theoretical informatics. However, according to Standish Group reports, which are engaged in the development in the field of successful automated systems development, only approximately 40% of projects have success. And we focus on one of the most important properties of any systems, namely correctness. Determining the workflow correctness is one of the most important problems in business process management. In theoretical informatics, correctness is one of the fundamental in the algorithms field. Correct workflows determine the success of an industrial enterprise. Therefore, the proof of theorem on the workflow correctness will allow designers to implement the theorem and avoid expensive design errors. So, firstly, in design workflows choreography approach, we define the following entities of design workflows choreography with the logic algebra language. So these are variables set, operations set, roles set. So the choreography transition system state describes the variable values. It is described by the following expression, by the following function. Also, you can see the records which describes variables values in the concrete state. For example, this one means variable k of the system in the state st has the value v, where v belongs to the value set, or it can be empty. And if this variable has the value in the state, and we express it with the st with a streak maybe. So and then we can just form some new expressions. So here, this is a Backus now form of choreography system. It allows to set the initial state of the choreography transition system. So we here we see the an expression term. Then this expression means that E is evaluated with the V value in ST state. And this construction means that ST meets he conditions. So also here are the rules for meets condition predicate. On the slide here, you can see conversations and expressions of them. So here is interrole conversation, conversation action itself, and a record, which means action returns a single workflow C, and choreography system transits from ST state to ST new. So formalized automata model is easily presented with the design workflows graph scheme, shortly workflow graph scheme VFGS. So here you can see a formal description. So it consists of states and design workflows. So here in the table, you can see various kinds of connections between state in design workflows graph scheme. So we see sending, receiving, destination, sequence of actions, parallelism, and two kinds of choices, which are parallel one and fork. So we need to choose one from several actions. Workflow graph scheme is correct if the workflow VFG matching the scheme satisfies the following condition. Firstly, VFG is determined. So if VF new and W new are different instances of design workflows, the determinism property assumes that algorithm is described in such a formal language and presented in the form of such clearly formulated system of rules that the results of its work do not depend on which system will implement these rules design workflow duration. And the second condition is design workflow duration is finite for any input data. On the slide, you can see typical workflows errors. So firstly, deadlock or infinite loop, then ambiguity when we start with parallelism but we end with the fork one, and also freezing when we start with parallelism just fork to fork, and so here is from fork to choice. So something is undefined, can be undefined. There are also situations in which there are no causal design workflows, workflows VF1 and VF2 between the two states S1 and S2, which are parallel. And in this case, it is unacceptable that combination of workflow and states, just the first overlap in time with the workflow and states, the second couple. And these situations are usually caused by the need to use the same resource and are called resource conflicts. They can be eliminated by introducing priority and control mechanism or an arbitrary mechanism. An arbiter adds a new special state, so you can see here, a new special state which should correspond to the appearance of an arbiter in real situation and should allow the prime execution of design workflow for which the initial data were ready earlier and prohibit the execution of the second workflow until the first one is performed. The main difficulty in workflows design is building correct workflow graph systems. There are necessary techniques for constructing correct VFGSs which transform such workflow graph systems to workflow networks, or shortly VF network. The VF network class is a limited class of the correct workflow graph systems. There are many typical correct design configurations of workflow graph systems, but they do not belong to the workflow networks. For example, it is impossible to stay within the workflow network if it is necessary to set priorities. It is solved on the basis of establishing a mapping between the workflow graph scheme correctness and the liveliness and safety properties of its matching Petri net. And in order to establish this mapping, it is necessary to convert the workflow graph system to an algorithm graph, or shortly AG. So here are the following transition formals which convert workflow graph systems to algorithm graph, and vice versa, from AG to workflow graph systems. So the theorem is offered. So workflow graph scheme G of AM can be converted to automaton graph. AG can be converted to the workflow graph scheme. Before the proven itself, which will consist of 2 stages, we build conversion algorithms, of course, and they will be followed with with the pointers or marks assignment to states and workflows. So we just put mark when we convert one entity to another and remove them after conversions. So you see conditions, and if the diagram is correct, is correctly converted, so it should contain no marks after conversion. So the first part of proof. So you can see on the slide conversion from workflow graph systems to G of AM. So firstly, we did define vertices transition formulas. In common view, it's written in with the ftrans function. Then we form a special set of this function, then place mark for each item and remove if this item matches the corresponding item in G of AM. And conversion is okay if array of marks length is equals 0. Then we merge this set to G of AM by the special formulas. So example is also given here, and we at the end convert design workflows in G of AM according to this formula. So then let's convert GAM to G. We also define special transition formula you see here. Then we form the same set of formulas, also place mark for each item and remove them if item matches the corresponding one in G of AM. And if the length of array of marks is 0, the conversion is okay. Then we merge this set to G according to the formula with an example, and also edges conversion in G is performed according to this formula. The results obtained provide in scientific terms the acquisition of new knowledge in the study of the complex technical systems behavior. In practical issue, the work will allow designers to avoid costly design errors in the complex products computer-aided design in the large industrial enterprise context, especially at the mock-up layout stage. So we expect that our work will have economic effect for industrial enterprise. And in scientific terms, we got theoretical foundation of correctness determination in design workflows and software and business processes. So here is the list of one of the most important works of our scientific school on the presentation theme. Thank you very much for the attention. So if you have any questions, I will answer.
Thank you for presentation. I open discussion. Do we have any questions from Santaka Valley or presenters?
Yes, I would like to ask several questions. Semyon, I would like to ask the question from practical point of view. Have you tried to put this theoretical framework into the practice? So I mean that have you tried to model kind of real world case, and what are the results?
So thank you for the question. Yes, so we just apply this method on the practice on one of the enterprises of Ulyanovsk. Well, and we also have results.
Okay, and no question: is it possible to use presented algorithms for BPMN notation-based diagrams in order to ensure correctness?
Yes, of course. So just BPMN was one of the first technology we used in design workflows such interpretation, analysis, synthesis. So in our scientific team, yes.
So okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from participants?
We have not more questions from on site.
So I have one idea or one thought to this presentation. What are limitations? Because basically those graphs can be like unlimited. But how do you know that the graph is finished? You know that your composition is done and complex, and you do not need to extend it anymore. What are the ideas, or what are the steps to say, okay, this is the graph of this problem, and we do not need to compose any further paths and vertices and so on the graph?
Well, that's an interesting question, because for example, when we do some scientific research, we open something new and further and further. And I think that some graph, when we say that this graph is complete, some other aspects of life are arriving, and so the graph can be extended more and more. So I think that the graph also, of course, can be extremely large. So, and in this case, we need to divide them, to divide the graph into some other which are less.
Okay. Do we have any other questions to this presentation? Okay, thank you, Simon, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Great job. And we are moving forward to the next presentation. So I think we just stay with the regular schedule. So number 5 now, and then we return to first and the second. So now we would like to have a presentation titled Financial Data Preprocessing Issues by Ilona Vertaite, Adrius Lopata, Rimantas Butleris, Saulius Goudas, Vytautas Rudžionis, Kristina Rudžionienė, Liatauras Žoba, Darius Driobinas, Evarduas Gricius, and Martin Svitterslot.
So hello everyone. Okay, one moment. Okay, so hello everyone, nice to see you all here, and also those participants who are online. And I would like, okay, sorry, some technical problems. Okay, so I will present our paper, Financial Data Preprocessing Issues. We prepared it under the project of, okay, sorry, something happening. Sorry again, some technical problems, but I hope everything will be okay. So this paper is presenting primary results of the Research Product Enterprise Financial Performance Data Analysis Tools platform. And as I said, it is a primary results. Now we made more discoveries, and hopefully they will be presented later during other
paper presentation. So today I'm presenting the primary results, and firstly I would like to outline of the presentation. So I will introduce you a little bit about our project and main idea why we are doing this project, and then of course the main idea about the financial data pre-processing issues and why did we then made this pre-processing work. So I will present you about financial data cube dimensions, about preparation issues, and I will present the example of particular data set fields which we could use in further process in the project, and of course the conclusions. Talking about financial data, of course, it is very important, and to analyze this financial data is challenging process for any company, and it's always difficult to choose particular tools or methods to analyze this information. Again, financial data may be gathered from the different types of the documents of the organization. It can be annual reports, financial statements, balance sheets, or general ledger, etc., etc., etc. So with the help of analysis of these documents, of financial data documents, a company may explain or may define particular processes which are held in the company, and quality of the data used for this analysis is also very important, because we should know and understand that different documents of the financial data have different templates, stores different information, despite the fact that there used some templates and etc. But we should understand that this data may help to analyze, to forecast, to prognose some future maybe events, also helps to define particular processes of the organization, and to find particular patterns of activity of the organization. And sometimes during the analysis of these patterns, it is possible to find some disadvantages, maybe some errors which can impact future problems in the company, and also more deeper analysis with the help of financial analysts who analyze these data can be found the ideas of potential frauds or some legal issues related with the finances. And of course, talking about the analysis of financial data, one of the tools or methods, it's process mining, which helps to analyze data, different type of data, and accounting and finance data is one of the part of these types of data. And despite the fact that process mining is quite evolved process, and there are a lot of methods and techniques, but talking about analysis of financial data and accounting data in the research literature and in similar researches and investigations, process mining in financial data sometimes seems quite tricky, and there is not enough methodological information or just experience analyzing these documents. And sometimes the participants of financial analyst who is not related anyhow with IT technologies or process mining tools can help evaluate the results received from this data, but using process mining tools. So basically, talking about the analysis of financial data with the additional process mining tools or techniques, it is possible to evaluate in organizations or companies activities, processes, helps to find particular patterns, and as I mentioned, it is possible to detect some frauds and anomalies in financial data. So talking about continuing the idea about process mining, one of the elements which is used in this process is process cubes and data cubes. And process cube is multidimensional space, which is used to specify process models and event logs. So if you are talking about financial data, different types of the information which can be stored in these documents related with the company, usually this information is stored as event log format, and it is quite difficult to analyze this data because different companies uses different templates, despite the fact that this is the same financial data. So with the help of additional tools, it is possible to evaluate and to use these event logs, this information for further analysis. And it is possible to use some data cubes to divide this information. But as I mentioned previously, it is very important that financial data would be prepared correctly and could have high quality and could be trusted, because sometimes differences between the stored data from different countries may, different companies may impact some difficulties for the analysis part. In this paper, we are presenting the difficulties of pre-processing of financial data and why we're doing this pre-processing, where we're using our financial data. So we try to provide the information about particular data cube related with financial data. Our data set for this research is a general ledger of one company in the Netherlands. Here we want to show that it is possible to prepare financial data from general ledger and to cover some dimensions of data cube. But for further information, I would like to show you a little bit detailed method of our research. So basically, why we are doing this? We are analyzing financial data, trying to cover process and data cube dimensions with information received from general ledger from event logs information. And when we covering these dimensions, we can describe in more detail the processes which are happening in the company. Then according to this data, we can create business rules and collect and insert this business rules in Camunda tools for business rules evaluation for this financial data. Further research goes to machine learning adaptation for the analysis of the same data, but picked it from and filtered from the main source according to the business rules, and of course the possibility to define some anomalies and frauds if it's possible. So today is, as I said, it's a primary results presentation. So basically today I will tell you about the possibility to cover dimensions of a data cube. So talking about financial data, about the preparation process, I will talk a little bit later. At first, I want to show the data cube dimensions and their members, which can be covered with particular elements of general ledger received from the company, but prepared according to some transformation algorithms. So we already shortly saw the data cube dimensions or space of the dimension members. So we can see the different type of dimensions, and we can see the members of these dimensions, which can be covered from the financial data information prepared and validated according to the requirements. So talking about each dimension, so it can define the element of general ledger in quite detailed mode, talking about different members, different level of explanation, and here you will see some more detailed description. But firstly, we should understand some concepts which are related with data cube. So In our research, we have financial accounting object, or FEO, which is basically any name of the file field, it is data record, except for time attributes. Also, we have dimension, the type of financial object. As you saw, there are some of the dimensions listed in the data cube space. So this dimension basically corresponds to an aspect of financial accounting or performance of management practices. And also there can be several dimensions of the same financial accounting object. And these elements can provide more information about particular dimension. Another thing that dimension consists of the members, and as I mentioned previously, they specify the hierarchical structure of the financial object. So basically, it helps identify in more detailed way each type of the dimension member. And of course, it is important that dimension members have assigned attributes, and they correspond to the particular data fields from the pre-processed data. Here you can see the table of the dimensions which were presented in the figure. So we have list of dimensions, we have a list of members of these dimensions, and as I said, each of the members can specify each dimension in more detailed way. And in the right column, you can see the examples of dimension members, which can be taken from the general ledger, of course, after the pre-processing process. So firstly, talking about the preparation, financial data preparation, we tried a couple of experiments, a couple of the possible ways to prepare this information and to check is it prepared correctly. So one of them is presented today. So we are transforming the data from general ledger for the further analysis, and to confirm that our experiment was successful, we used visualization and graph format, changing the data into a typical form. So talking about the pre-processing process, we had the information for this research. For this paper, we took only one company from the Netherlands, only data of one company, and we used some following parameters, list of parameters which are basically necessary for this research. And also we used only those cases where amounts of debit operations and credit operations are equal. So we could compare the results and to see is everything okay. Sorry, still happening. Okay, so basically initial data contains set of a debit and credit operation, and usually one record for each funds is a transfer from or to one account. And in this case, purpose of data pre-processing was that every debit operation find related credit operations and store the data into format debit credit. So we could see the flow between these two elements, between these two accounts. And here you can see the field name, which was necessary for the pre-processing data, and short description of it. So you can see here the debit and credit section codes, a debit amount, case ID, which is unique for each case, financial year, financial period, which usually means a month from 1 to 12, journal code, system journal type, name, invoice number, and journal entry number. These fields help us to identify the relation between debit and credit records. So top level algorithm, which basically helps us to transform data into graph edges algorithm, is provided here. And more deeper one, first level of the algorithm, here we are counting credit operations. Gathering and processing data from general ledger information, we compare and use only those information were in balance, debit and credit operations, and see the connection between these two accounts. And for the evaluating of our result, we have some visualization. We used the library of network D3 function Sankey network, and as a result, it helps us to understand that each debit and credit account are connected. And here we can see, of course, in the dynamic view, we can see each flow, how the funds, how the data went from one account to the another account, and we can evaluate the result. And according to this example, we can see that pre-processing was successful and can be used in further process. So to evaluate the result of pre-processing, visualization helps us to evaluate that it was successful and the data is fully correct. Debit and credit accounts are related and in balance. So basically, in case something is not okay, also it can be changed or updated, but usually the visualization result, this kind of result confirms us the successful process. And of course, after this research, we made some future maybe decisions that also the same data could be investigated with the Luvial diagrams application. Also, it could be investigated using additional node for different periods. For example, adding month index or different type of period. And again, the main result of our research in this case is that after their data pre-processing, hopefully you remember the data cube dimensions and their members represented in the beginning of the presentation. And here we can see the dimension members and data set fields which are covered from the data ledger information after the pre-processing process. So here we can see that almost full A and C dimensions are covered with the data of a general ledger. And again, if we have fully covered dimensions, we can make some decisions or some analysis result with the help, of course, of financial analysts. But still we can find some patterns, and then we can define maybe some anomalies or make some other decisions. Talking about other dimensions, they are covered only partially. So it is possible maybe to update some information from general ledger for the pre-processing process, but talking about fully covered dimensions, it confirms that it is possible to cover full dimension after the pre-processing process. And basically, main idea is that having fully covered dimension may impact possibility to evaluate and to discover some patterns in financial data, and again, maybe to find some anomalies or even some frauds. So basically, during the presentation, sorry for the technical part, but it happens. Firstly, I presented the financial data cube dimensions and their members. According to our research, we provided this data space for our background of the research. Then we made the financial data pre-processing part just to use the particular data of particular company and to see with the help of graph theory or visualization elements how to use this data for the further analysis. And again, with the example of particularly one company of the Netherlands, we confirmed the possibility to cover fully one or two dimensions of the data cube. So the result is successful, and further we will try to use all the data of a long list of the companies and to see the possibility to evaluate different companies, different data of these companies just to find some different patterns and to have more information, more data for the creation of business rules and for the analysis with the business rules tools. So thank you very much, and maybe you have some questions.
Okay, we
So
have
open discussion. Yes, we have question from Santana.
we have one side question. Just a moment.
Well, so the question is, well, thank you very much for comprehensive presentation. It was very interesting to
Technically
listen.
tricky, but sorry for that.
Well, never mind. Well, I'm wondering, well, you are going to process quite a big amounts of data. Had you investigated about the complexity of your suggested algorithm, if I can say that, if it will be able to cope with such big amount of data?
Oh, we have very optimistic thoughts about it, but as I said, we have data from the different companies of the Netherlands. Type of data is sometimes different, so we are testing the same algorithm with the different companies. At this moment, we are testing only with the accounts which are in balance, debit, credit are equal number of the operations, and in this period, it's quite successful despite the number of the companies. So it's possible to do, but of course it needs some upgrade, and during the process we are making some changes. Now we already have some, as I said, interesting discoveries, but it's not for today.
Okay, so thank you very much. We perhaps will be looking forward for, well, deeper results.
Hopefully we too. Thank you very much. More questions, maybe?
Hey, do
we have no more questions from on site.
Okay. Okay, so if there are no more questions, let's move to beginning of this session. I mean the list. So beginning with presentations, and we should have now the first presentation. I got the message that the presenter is with us and is joining. Guillermo is with us. Okay, so Agile Infrastructure for Cloud-Based Environments, a review. Guillermo Rodriguez, Fabio Roja, David Barbara, Igor Azavedo, Pablo Menezes, Sanjay Mishra.
Good morning, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you very much for letting me presenting, and sorry for the delay. I'm going to present the paper, Agile Infrastructure for Cloud-Based Environment, a review. This is a collaborative work. On behalf of the author, I will present the investigation. The research was made in joint with Argentina and Brazil, also Nigeria, with the participation of Sanjay Mishra. And I will outline the order of the presentation. I will introduce and motivate our paper. Then we'll present the process to carry out a systematic literature review, and we formulate research questions. Finally, we discuss and try to answer the research questions, and at the end of the presentation, we'll present the conclusions and future lines of work. Okay, as you know, microservices is in the cutting edge of the development of software engineering. The development of infrastructure capable of meeting current demands is increasingly becoming a determining factor in the technological environment. And there is a moving or shift from monolithic and service-oriented architecture to microservice architecture. As you know, for example, in comparison with pasta, we can make a comparison between an spaghetti-oriented architecture where all is mixtured and there is a low and high coupling and the information is not clear, and also it's difficult to talk about the scalability, modifiability, and flexibility of the system. Then in evolution, we can talk about a monolithic that is a one-shot architecture is one-piece architecture is better than spaghetti, but also suffer from low scalability and high coupling. And microservices try to make or try to solve this problem, making small pieces of software with low coupling and high cohesion. And this is microservices. Now, the use of microservices, you know, that has grown rapidly in business environment in recent years. But this is a problem different from current or from traditional research. The problem was stated in the industry and moved to the academia. Totally different with happened with traditional research, that the research was born or is born in academia and moved to or is transferred to the industry. Microservice was born in industry, and the academia is trying to formalize and research and make a formal and solid methodology to develop software engineering with microservices. So the lack of consensus in finding what a microservices is and what methodology to adopt is in the current research area and has created several challenges for IT teams. And obviously, with increasingly scarce time and resources, making service available quickly has become essential for IT teams. So our motivation is how to combine or try to see how research and practitioners, software practitioners, deal with development of software with microservices and deal with these issues of scarce time and provide service quickly. In this order, or in this context, containerization technology, that is a devolution of the traditional virtual machines, but there are more lightweight. Containerization technologies are being widely adopted, and they consume few resources, are scalable, and allow rapid migration between heterogeneous infrastructure. It's the context of current development. On the other hand, DevOps is a new methodology that is currently using also. That is very common or is used to automate continuous delivery of new software version while guaranteeing the current list reliability. So there are three pillars in this context that are working together: Agile method, DevOps, and microservices. And the context provides that these pillars can work together very easy, and the benefits are considerable high. As you know, Agile method provide or allow software engineering or software development teams provide software between short iterations called a sprint, for example, in Scrum, and allow to see a working software in a short period of time and receive feedback from customer in order to improve the working increment of the software development or the software products. DevOps combine traditional development with operation elements. So traditionally, the team that is in charge of developing software is not the same team that is in charge of put the software into production. Okay, nowadays DevOps combine at all the same time. The same team is in charge of doing both things: development and deploying the software. So this is DevOps, because the containerization technology makes easier the work of operations, and for the reason, development and operation can work together and could be addressed by the same team. And nowadays, operations of DevOps permits continuous integration and continuous delivery. And this is the main reason for that. The software try to be adaptable to this situation. And microservices permit the development of small pieces of software. So fits perfectly in that situation, because continuous integration and continuous delivery make a small and low risk deliveries every day. For the reason, the conjunction between Agile, DevOps, and microservices work perfectly together. And this is also supported by Agile infrastructure. What is Agile infrastructure? It's not infrastructure for Agile development, but also is the infrastructure required for this context of working with Agile method, DevOps, and microservices. And it's important to have these three parts very set up in our context. For example, technical issues, project issues, and operation issues. Technical issues relate to hardware and software uses in the environment. Project is about the process that introduces the changes into the environment, and operation is the process of keeping the environment working. So all the equipment working together has to be in conjunction to provide the three pillars of this Agile infrastructure. With this paradigm arise new technologies such containerization, environment, and automation of delivery. Because containers, for example, Docker, provide the Agile infrastructure in one technology, So our work provides a systematic literature review to revise the state-of-the-art literature in order to provide or classify, compare, and evaluate all the work that are in the light of the above mentioned that address problem of Agile infrastructure. So our contribution is fourfold. We provide a reusable framework for classifying, compiling, and evaluating solution methods and techniques for deployment microservices, an up-to-date map of the state-of-the-art in deployment with the containers, an evaluation of potential for industrial adoption of existing research results, and evidence-based discussion of the emerging research trends, patterns, gaps, and open issues for future research. So I was in the design, we state our research goal that we follow the GQM methodology, and the statement of the research goal is to provide a summary of the current state of research, as well as to identify research direction for container infrastructure in a microservice architecture. We define or we set up the PIO criteria. P is population, microservice, container, Docker, intervention. We have to find tools, techniques, method, models, and the outcome is the overview of techniques and tools related to the use of containers in microservice architecture. So from the research goal, we formulate our research question that were four. Number one, how is the container infrastructure integrated and designed in microservice architecture? Which tools and techniques have been used to implement Agile infrastructure, container, and software microservices? And how were the identified tools and techniques evaluated? And which factors have been investigated as conditioning factors for the use of container in service architecture? So, we'll present the search strategy. First of all, from the research goal, we define our search string that is a logic combination, microservice and Docker container, and tools or techniques or methods or models. This search string was set in different search engines like ScienceDirect, Scope, ACM, IEEE, and Web of Science. And we, in this graphic, we can see the distribution of the amount of or the number of papers provided by each engine. The most popular was IEEE, and near the end of the presentation, I will present the papers of the places, the venues where the papers were published, and most of them are conference from or sponsored by IEEE. And this is our research process. This is our search process that consists in 5 steps. The first step is the search, that we put the search string in the 5 search engines, and the first results we find ACM 13 articles, IEEE 27 articles. We have cited 9, Scopus 18 and Science Direct 14. We define a time window between 2017 and 2020. Yes, this is our window of research. In the second step, we remove duplicated entries. For example, articles that are very similar or were published in different, the same article published in the different venues. For example, also reading the article in the title, in the abstract or keywords, we realize that this article fit or not with our research. And we filter some articles. For example, as you can see, Web of Science Scopus, there is a reduction of articles. Then we apply inclusion and exclusion criteria that we'll present next. Also, we filter more articles, and then we provide or we perform an in-depth research with a fully reading of the article, and then we extract information, and finally we selected 11 articles that are the articles that we make the qualitative and quantitative analysis in this art. So the first stage of the study selection was carried out by two researchers, researchers P1 and researcher P2. In the first process, as you know, in the step 3, titles and abstract of the article were analyzed to assess whether they apply to our study or not, if they are suitable or not. This process, as you know, started with 84 articles, of which 10 were duplicated and 63 were rejected according to the exclusion criteria that I will present next. And finally, we obtained 11 articles. In the second process, to guarantee the reliability of the selection process, we use a sample of 71 articles, excluding duplicated, to verify the level of agreement between research, and we perform the kappa analysis, and the kappa is 0.91. That is a considerable level of agreement. It's a significant level of agreement between the researchers. Inclusion criteria. It is worth noting to clarify that we follow the methodology from Kitchenham 2017, that is well-known methodology to carry out or to conduct systematic literature review. And we define our inclusion criteria, saying that the articles analyze techniques, methods, models, and tools of container application in microservice architecture, or the article discusses the process of addressing a shared infrastructure. No, but exclusion criteria: duplicate articles that are not written in English, articles publishing only as abstract or preface in journals and events, lack of viability of the article for download, that is happened beyond SciHub, that you know that is a site to obtain and download articles, but even the article doesn't or can be downloaded from SciHub. Also, thesis, dissertation, and academic monograph were excluded from this study. And this is where cite this slide in the distribution of the search engine, and have a look that there were a lot of conferences from IEEE. Also, this slide is important to highlight that more research is published in conference venues, and there is very few articles published in journals, because nowadays this research area is immature and need more research and need more evaluation and validation. For this reason, it's hard to publish this kind of articles in journals, and for this reason, most of articles published in this area, like shared infrastructure, containerization, is published in conferences. So for the reason they still need more research, and there are open issues to address, to formalize, in order to the article be acceptable in journals. And this is a distribution, but it's not a trend, because we stopped in 2020. So although the cure tried to decrease, it's not a trend, because nowadays researchers, me and my team, we are still working on this area. So the area is increasing. So this distribution shows the where is the most point, or where the microservice started to be in the cutting edge of the research, and the industry paid attention when the industry started to pay attention to this research, and when this issue started to go to the academia and researchers started to pay attention to also to this topic. Now, after description and qualitative and quantitative analysis that you can see in the paper, we provide answer to each of our research questions. It's important to know that according to the research question 1, it's worth noting that there is a trend in the use of Docker as a containerization tool. I can say that is de facto technology. Is undoubtedly each company when go to this technology containerization, technology or content or containers, undoubtedly will use Docker. Now is de facto technology. In addition to provisioning and management of the environment, can be conducted also by Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a tool to orchestrate and organize different containers in a centralized way. According to research question 2, Docker and Kubernetes are used to manage the implement environment of Agile infrastructure. The use of Kubernetes stems from the fact that Docker fails to offer the appropriate management of resources for the proposed environment. In this context, in comparison with Kubernetes, Rocket also is a tool to use. So we can define that ecosystem of containers can be Docker with mostly Kubernetes, and in second place, Rocket. According to research question 3, according to assessment of scheduling, monitoring, and quality attribute addressing, there were some research and some evaluation of the proposed environment with containers. And for example, genetic or multi-objective algorithms, evolutionary algorithms were used. Open Cloud Computer Interface was also used, and Acme Air, that is a well-known tool to make microservices, were used in order to assess the environment, for example, scheduling, monitoring, and quality attributes. And the conditional factor to go into microservice and containerization is the necessity of easy scalability, horizontal scalability, automated deployment, disaster recovery, and elasticization achieved with this issue. And they are highly required by the software industry, and everybody, or most of industry companies, or most of our companies are moving from monolithic to microservices because of these issues, because the application need to scale easily, need to be automatically deployed, and it's important the warranty, the recovery from disasters. So, as conclusion, we started with a set of 84 publications or research paper, and at the end we obtained a total of 11 accepted publications at the end of our systematic process. And we are convinced that our research can help community that are interested in methods and techniques with microservices in order to initiate this way towards the Agile infrastructure. Could be a good starting point. And the research lists the benefit of implementing an Agile infrastructure with high availability, migration, and resilience that are very common issues in this context. And as a future work, we are working on the application of a survey, aiming to evidence the use of microservice containing tools. We are formulating a survey in order to spread in software industry and software practitioners from my city, from Brazil, in different countries, in order to get information how nowadays software industry and software practitioners are working or are dealing with these issues. And the idea is to gather information about which are the most used tools, where and how they are used and integrated, and also to build a controlling environment so we can establish parameters and methods helping to define recommendable practice for the deployment of an agile infrastructure in order to build a guideline or some book of knowledge in order to provide software industries and practitioners with a backup or with support to initiate this way of developing software with microservices, GBops, and agile methods. So thank you very much, and I'm ready for answering all of our questions. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for presentation. Do we have questions from Santaka?
Yes, I would like to ask one question. Okay, so as future work, you mentioned that you are planning the application of a survey aiming to evidence the use of microservices and containers tools. I would like to ask, who will be mostly interested in the results of such survey? What kind of persons or positions or scientific, who will be mostly interested?
Yes, our focus is on the software practitioners, development teams in general. Also, agile teams are cross-functional teams, so there is no specific role to evaluate. No, for example, the project leader or software tester. We want to spread the questions or the survey to all the teams, regardless of the position. So. In my city, for example, most of the companies are using agile method. So I'm in the agile culture. So the idea is to apply software practitioners, not research, software practitioner, and from different software companies. And the idea is to make an in-depth study, a qualitative and quantitative, in order to see how they are managed or how they are addressing this issue of microservices, practices, tools, method, ad hoc, maybe there are not a formalization of how they manage this issue. No.
Okay, thank you. It's clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
More questions? We do not have more questions.
Okay.
Here.
So Guillermo, thank you for joining, for being us, even though those small technical problems at the beginning.
Yes.
It was nice to meet you.
There were a big problem here.
Sure. I hope you stay with us for the next year and also come with the next great presentation. And now we are moving to the second one, postponed, creating resilient supply chains with using blockchain technology and combining it with other technologies. Anna Maryniak, Monika Bal, Julia Buliakova, Włodzimierz Lewoniewski.
Hello. Yeah, so sorry for all these technical problems. So I hope that our presentation, everything is okay. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, so my name is Julia Bulhakova. My co-author, Professor Anna Maryniak and Magister Monika Bal. We are from Poznan University of Economics and Business. We are glad to participate in international conference on information and software technologies. We will try to present the results of our work creating resilient supply chain using combination of blockchain technology and different 4.0 technologies. The research aim of this study is to assess the state of the art in the coexistence of blockchain technology with other 4.0 technologies that are used for supply chain management and to identify examples of solutions that can support the construction of resilient supply chain. Our study assumes that resilient supply chain is a chain that responds skillfully to disruptions from inside as well as from outside the organization, which enables its survival in long term. The study formulated 4 diagnostic and praxeological research questions. First question, which technologies most frequently coexist in theoretical and empirical items. Mapping to the coexistence of technologies across descriptions will help to find niches for future research. Second question, what are the knowledge clusters of simultaneous use in several technologies in terms of geography and time? Knowledge in this area will allow identification centers of knowledge diffusion and will facilitate the search for cooperation partners in the field of science and consulting. Third question, how does the simultaneous use of blockchain technology along with other 4.0 technologies relate to building of resilient supply chain? And last research question, what might the underlying architecture look like for creating resilient chain using blockchain technology and other technologies? The answer to the first two questions were obtained using statistical research of the literature included in Scopus with the use of the offer search path, allowing for deeper penetration of the database resources and with the application of various tools supporting research and visualization work. Answer to last questions were obtained through qualitative studies of selected records. On this matrix, the coexistence of technologies in different research approaches is illustrated. For this purpose, out of 1,207 documents containing the keywords blockchain and supply chain found in Scopus, those that coexisted with a keywords concerning another 4.0 technology were generated. 339 records were identified. The research area was narrowed down to those items that contained the following words in the subject or keywords, in addition to the two basic keywords: Internet of Things, Big Data, Blockchain, or another 4.0 technology. As a result of the work conducted, it can be concluded that the largest number of studies that concern supply chain and blockchain technologies is related to Internet of Things technology. The augmented reality technology placed second, followed by autonomous robots, artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and additive manufacturing. Now I want to ask Monica Baal to continue our presentation.
Good morning. So I continue the subject of grid of keywords found in publications about supply chain, blockchain, and at least one on other technology. Here you can see the data already presented by Julia in a previous slide, but here were also included source data about use of 3 and more technologies. We can see a clear leader, which is the Internet of Things combined with augmented reality. This map, a link to this interactive version is in our presentation, in our paper, so you can later check exact number of any combination. Internet of Things and augmented reality is 50 publications, the biggest amount. Little thinner links are big data with Internet of Things and IoT with artificial intelligence is 15 to 20 publications. We can see, in general, technologies are linked to each other. However, some of the links are very thin. That means there is 1 to 4 publications with that combination of topics, and that shows the needs of the, given the needs of the economy, the diffusion of knowledge from this research area is necessary. Please, next slide. Here we have an answer for research question number 2. The map presents the cities in which the academic institutions researching in the considered fields are located. Interactive map created in G-Vector map library is also in our paper, the link. We used the data obtained from a Wikidata because we needed a very precise information about localization. And as a result, we see that the first cluster was Central Europe. So from the Central Europe are coming a first publication on that subject. Later it spread to all of the world, and now we can see clearly 4 geographical clusters: eastern states of United States, Europe, mostly Central Europe, India, and Eastern China. And there are 4 leaders that are cities with a publication number more than 10. And this is Mumbai in India, Hong Kong, and Beijing in Shanghai in China. Okay, next. This part was, I think, the most problematic for us. We tried to figure out the link between technologies and resilience. Deep literature analysis highlight the benefits of the technology for supply chains. However, these proposals lack direct references to supply chain resilience. So to indicate it, we created a warmth map. It's also interactive. Let me comment shortly just some of the results. We see some subjects are, let's say, losers, some are growers. One of the losers is manufacturing. We can connect it with also losing interest in manufacturing, relatively, of course, in research on a general supply chain topic. Some of the growers are some specific industries like food supply and pharmaceutical supply chains. In a food supply, use of blockchain with IoT facilitates the solution to food loss and waste by allowing real-time tracking on food. First, pharmaceutical is connected with European Union regulations because in 2016, Europe Union imposes the need to monitor the temperature of each shipment in that industry. From the business point of view, blockchain and smart contracts allow to reduce the number of intermediaries and increase the automation of the record, which will reduce both operational cost and the risk of manipulation, and that results in growing interests. Highlighted thematic clusters focused on blockchain technology can contribute to improve the chain resiliency through product traceability and monitoring of counterfeiting attempts, enhancing the security of smart contracts, ensuring privacy and security, or by strengthening cybersecurity. And I think we can see clear on this map that those key research areas closely connected with supply chain resiliency are also in continuous interest of researchers. You can see here traceability or security, for example. There is also growing interest in subjects related to cooperation, collaboration, which is also somehow connected to, in a long term, to resiliency. Okay, next slide. Knowing the potential of particular technologies, it's key to create parameters for selecting sets of technologies. K is focused on safety from hacker attacks. There are some technologies more vulnerable to some of the attacks. It's also important to determine what challenges are faced in aligning the mutual compatibility of technologies and what the need of the various players in the supply chain are in order for the so-called positive knock-on effect of resilience. The market perspective, on the other hand, requires looking for opportunities and exploiting so-called disruptive innovations. Example of disruptive innovation is emergence of Uber platform that disrupt the existing market. arrangements and that can strengthen the supply chain. It is thus the opposite of the traditionally understood ripple effect, which is negative. Here we have positive ripple effect. Implementing the concept of coexisting 4.0 technologies to support the construction of resilient supply chains requires companies to rethink the way they design supply chains. Transformation, as well as the discipline, planning, and commitment of a top-down leadership is required. Supply chain architecture, thus created, can be the ground for building a resilient chain, and blockchain can provide their protective umbrella. This is the umbrella, you can imagine. These technologies have the added value while working together, but each technology separately also positively contributes to chain resilience. And on that subject, please continue, Professor Anna Marini.
Internet of Things allows the collection of information using sensor, for example, information about necessary machine maintenance, the level of humidity, air pressure, the level of plant vegetation, the structure of micronutrients in the soil. Among other things, it is important for transparency. And transparency is the basis for building resilient supply chain. Big data enables the collection and processing of large data sets across different carriers from multiple supply chain participants, which promotes change integration. Most of all, these technologies are important for information sharing. Artificial intelligence allows for more accurate diagnosis of causes of disruption in flows, especially when using sensitive delivery systems like just-in-time and just-in-sequence, improve risk analysis of offshoring, which can weaken the supply chain. Among other things, it is important for contingency planning. Augmented reality enables real-time visual object tracking, for example, through RFID readings during packing or unloading. It reduces the number of mistakes and makes it easier to plan and control work. It is important for one of the dimensions resilient supply chains control. Autonomous robots facilitates rapid adjustment of production volumes to meet changing market needs and increases labor safety and decreases defect in goods. It is important for one of dimensions resilient supply chain speed. Cloud computing provides real-time data access to all links in the supply chain, regardless of their economic strengths and geographic location, which strengthens the individual links. Among other things, these technologies are important for IT. Cybersecurity prevents disruption in operational, financial, and information flows due to attacks. It is important for risk management. Next, technology, autonomous vehicle, reduce disruption during external transport on roads and internal transport during warehouse operations. Among other things, it is important for one of the dimensions resilient supply chain flexibility. Another technology that can help reduce disruption in the supply chain is additive manufacturing. These technologies reduces time and simplify prototyping of products and processes and allows geographic proximity of production to the customer, which makes chains more resilient by shortening them. This technology gives opportunity for the next shoring development. Additive manufacturing is important for one of the dimensions resilient supply chain innovation. Of course, these are only examples that justify the use of technology to build resilient supply chains. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for presentation. So I should open a discussion for this presentation, this paper. Do we have questions from Santaka?
Yes, we do not have questions from Santa Kawali.
Okay, from participants online. So maybe I should ask some questions. You've been talking about various types of blockchain. So can you tell us what kind of security aspects have you analyzed, especially, I mean, like protocols or technology in your approach?
So thank you for your question. So supply chain have a lot of disruptions. For example, it could be something, change of climate, could be economical disruption like economical crises. We could have problem in supplying different product. We have, it's possible to have different problem in manufacturing process. So that's why all these technologies 4.0 and combination of this technology 4.0 could make supply chain more flexible, transparent, more safe. And blockchain also could help to make documents, all contracts more safe and transparent. And it's make like synergy of benefits if we use all these combination, different combination of technology 4.0.
Yes, that my question was about security aspects, because you've been talking about construction of blockchain and security aspects. So I'm just asking about the protocols and the construction of for the security aspects which you used in your research.
And blockchain allows elimination of the effect of bullet effect, which reduces the cost of storage and losses in goods. And it also speeds up transactions through intelligent contracts. So this is important to one of the dimensions of resilience that is building trust.
And if you are talking about all these technical parameters, so we have co-author. It's Dr. Vladimir Levanevsky, and he was responsible for this part of our article. So if someone want to have more detail about this part of article, it's possible to contact with him. We could put his mail address on our chat, and we will be glad to even to make cooperation if someone want to make collaboration with our research team.
Okay. So any other questions from Santaka?
No, no questions.
Okay. So thank you for presentation. I think it was the last one in this session. Yes, the fifth one, and we have completed all. So I think this is time to close the session and to share the greetings to participants for the time and for being with the conference, and also expression that just after a short time there will be next part of the session. So we expect everyone to join.
Okay, thank you, Marcin. Thank you very much. And now we'll have a lunch break, 1 hour lunch break, and we will meet at 2:30 p.m. So see you.
See you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. So let's continue our conference, and according to schedule, Professor Marcin Wozniak should supervise this session, but he asked me to do that. So I'll be the chair of this session today. And I can see that we have connected all the participants of all the 4 presentations remotely. So the first presentation, named Information Technology of Decision-Making Support on the Energy Management of Hybrid Power Grid, should be presented by Vera Shedrik. Yes? Can you hear me, Vera?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
So, okay, we're listening to you.
Can I start?
Yes.
Hello everyone, I'm Vera Shedrik, Associate Professor at Sumy State University, Ukraine. First of all, I wish you health and successful in your life. So let me introduce you with the topic of information technology of decision-making support of the energy management of the hybrid power. Many countries have begun to respond to the challenge of power grid change. Consequently, new markets for both the centralized and distributed renewable.
I'm sorry, Vera, could you please start the presentation view, because now we can see all the comments.
Cannot see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation, including all the internal comments. So could you please push the present button? Yes, but now we can see with all the additional, not necessary information. F5, could you please push the F5 button and разрешить редактирование, может быть. Нажмите и потом F5. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
And F5, F5, нажмите. Oh, okay, thank you.
Consequently, new markets for both centralized and distributed renewable energy are emerging in all regions. Usage of renewable energy sources aims to meet a higher share of energy demand and provide reducing pollution and fuel poverty. The world is getting more connected, and the needs of customers are becoming more demanding and dynamic. Today, energy producer needs to design and produce more innovative and energy efficient approaches to stay competitive. The successful development of energy grid-based renewable energies has stimulated new requirements to the energy supply and its distribution. In requires smart grid implementation, as well as recognition and managing them in an integrated fashion. Modern development of energy efficient technologies takes place through the creation of hybrid power grids with renewable energy sources. They are complex cyber techniques complexes, which has significantly complicated the structures of the management systems and the processes that take place in them, which affect the decision making in the processes of energy management. Over the last years, the technical, economical, and market transformation of the electric power sector connected with development concept of renewable energy smart grid have accelerated around the world. Smart grid is not just a completion of smart meters and meters or other electric device. It is rather a series of technologies that allow government and companies to intelligently interface with the intelligently control all the innovations. As the technology evolves, the smart grid will allow a two-way flow of electricity and information that is capable of monitoring everything from power plants to customer preference and individual equipment. Smart grid is intended to provide real-time data about the instantaneous balance of energy supply and demand. Managing the data used to operate and maintain the smart grid system requires data analysis and decision-making support tools to achieve the reliability of the energy network by easing peak demands and improving energy efficiency. The effectiveness of management decision is determined by ensuring a balance between the generation and consumption of electricity and depends inter alia of the quality of information support of the decision maker. Therefore, the development of information technology to supply decision making in the management of hybrid power grid is an urgent task. The aim of the study is to increase the efficiency of decision making in the management of the hybrid power grid with renewable energy sources by developing models, information technology, and creating the decision support system to support energy management decision making under uncertainty. This figure depicts the typical architecture of the distributed smart microgrid with renewable energy sources in a small neighborhood comprising of the few households with possible commercial or industrial activities. Here, energy is generated using sources such as photovoltaic implements installed on the roofs of the houses or nearby land, and the wind turbines installed where it is suitable. Energy is stored in the energy storage bank for the future use. Additionally, grid is connected to the external power grid, which can be seen as both sources of the additional purchased energy and the sink to where supplies energy could be supplied and potentially sold for a central place. Management of hybrid power grid with renewable resources is the management of behavior, which is the security of distributed of the power grid from the one mode to it, and it is carried out in interaction with the control environment in a form response to outflows. The level of such models is a limited non-fixed set. The behavioral network develops over time, and this development is not necessarily possible in one way. The decision maker faces the problem of multitasking decision making. This process is characterized by a high level of complexity. Its improvement is possible only through the development and implementation of a decision support system. Decision making is a process that is based on information support of decision making and consists in choosing one, the most effective option for solving the task which would meet the requirement of the decision making. For this purpose, decision support system is proposed, and the process of which is present on this slide. Decision support system should perform the task of collection and pre-processing information, forecasting the level of electricity generation, forecasting electricity consumption, as well as the task of decision making. Information technology used to manage the hybrid power grid is a set of methods and tools for collection, processing, storing, transferring information, and knowledge to solve a management problem in the form of special software. The interaction of processes provided by the proposed information technology, which consists of 5 stages in present in figure in the form of the functional model. Stage 1, data collection. Stage 2, preliminary data processing. Stage 3, data storage. Stage 4, the decision-making process. Stage 5, result visualization. The first stage of the decision support process in the hybrid power grid management, the real-time data collection of the higher power grid operation and environmental conditions. Verification of compliance between the collected data and the hybrid power grid characteristics. Error knows data detection, and processing of the collected data for further use. In the general case, the data comes in the 3 ways: from the sensors and meters, transmitted via the communicated channel, from external information sources such as the weather forecast website, and entered by the user. The model of data collection are pre-processing is carried out by a set consisting of 2 subsets. The first contains data that is collected from external sources of information and are variable over time, and data entered by the user. The second subset contains the calculated parameters, which is the data that are collected from external sources in the operational mode are the main factors that affect the current state of hybrid power grid and are decisive for the formation of management decision. The forecast data is collected by parsing technology every 4 years during the day. Forecast weather data are quantified by ranges of values and can also be characterized qualitatively in the form of linguistic variables. For further use, the data is reduced considering the additional non-uniformity. An efficient hybrid power grid operation mode is a balance between electricity generation and consumption. Therefore, the decision support process is to determine such a balance by choosing from the many available alternatives of hybrid power grid modes. The first stage of forming a set of alternatives of hybrid power grid modes is finding the possible level of power generation from renewable energy sources under the processing weather condition, taking into account the hybrid power grid operational logic. The object of this study is the hybrid power grid, which used to complementary wind and solar renewable energy sources for power generation. When estimating the power of the wind turbine, meteorological conditions and aerodynamics characteristics of the wind rotor are taken into account. The fuzzy predictive model of solar power panel is developed for the decision support system in the control of a hybrid power system, which in a certain way takes into account the uncertainty associated with both constructive and communication influences on the effects of the predicted insolation and temperature. The accuracy of the forecast largely depends on the degree of uncertainty of the forecast insolation and air temperature. Therefore, in the development mode, it is possible to use both the result of direct measurements of insolation and temperature as well as the result of the operation forecasting. Using of predictive models also you to anticipate abnormal situations and also to use management criteria that are not directly related to the operational parameters of the system, for example, the economic efficiency criterion. In the case of insufficient generation from solar panels and wind turbines, rechargeable batteries are used, which operate in the change mode. The maximum value of the battery capacity is determined by its passport data. Thus, the operation range of the available power of the battery is fixed. The proposed technique of forming a fuzzy predictive model is the form of a superposition of a linear and two Gaussian function, taking into account the weekly and annual cycles made. Is possible to supply from a kind of prediction schedule of daily electricity consumption of any complexity. Information about weekly and annual cycles in internal form is contained in the coefficient ABC. The effects of weekly fluctuation is also considered. Annual and weekly cycles are related to external nonlinear seasonal fluctuation, so they can be described by a polynomial model of the second degree. The long-term forecast model of electricity consumption is developed based on statistical data for the year. For the short-term forecast, it is adjusted based on statistics for the previous week. Thus, it is possible to combine the extrapolation properties of the long-term forecast model and the accuracy of the short-term model. The conduct research of the development method of construction of the model of long-term prediction and short-term prediction on the basis of adoption of long-term predictive model showed that the quality of short-term prediction according to the degree of consistency, degree of fuzziness and medium modulus relevant error during the supply in quite stable. The development falsification method of quality indexes based on the histogram of measurements set takes it possible to perform the fuzzy assessment of the power quality indexing. The presented method of fuzzy conformity assessment of the quality indexes to the established fuzzy limits allows you to form various integral quality indexes which consider load type of the power networks. The proposed method allows use not only to assess the conforming degree of quality indexes with established limits, but also to monitor the power quality variation even if the main indexes do not exist the limits of acceptable values, to formulate rules for managing of the operation modes of the distributed electric network by the decision support system. Due to the impossibility to formalize the task of decision making and management determined in a mathematical formulation, it is necessary to rely on the ideas of experts about the real situation and consider the operation logic in the grid. Therefore, we believe that an effective method of decision making is the use of decision making method using fuzzy logic. This approach will further develop a method of hybrid power grid management using control with fuzzy logic. It is to describe the input parameters. It is proposed to use the method of fuzzy set theory and to build models for determining the effective mode of operation of fuzzy logic methods. Thus, the solution will be formulated as a fuzzy inference as a result of approximating the depends between inputs and outputs using operation of fuzzy sets. To ensure this fuzzy condition, it is necessary to form a base of rules for fuzzy product and implement each based in fuzzy linguistic status method. To ensure the effectiveness of decision making, the evolution of alternative modes of the power grid is carried out according to several criteria. Here are some examples of fuzzy output result. In total, the knowledge base consists of 31 fuzzy rules. Based on the proposed information technology, a web-oriented decision support system has been developed. The decision maker can work with the decision support system hybrid from any computerized workstation or mobile device that has access to the internal through the system's web interface. Data integration takes place at the level of the database implementation in the MySQL. A decision support system hybrid uses part of the data transmitted from the automated control system. The data is entered in the decision support system hybrid dialogic box. In case of incorrect data entry, the user will receive an appropriate error message. The result is visualized in the separated information window. Decision maker receives recommendations for the management of the operation of the hybrid power grid in the form of clear instruction on or off specific switches that provide connection or disconnection of energy sources, balance load, and an external network. In addition, the user can use the current weather forecast and generate a report on the current status in the form of a Word document. The development information technology provides data collection, processing, and storage that are necessary for effective hybrid power grid management. The main task of information technology is to support the decision making on the reasonable selection of the effective mode of the hybrid power grid operation, which allows provide effective hybrid power grid management. Information technology does not affect the operation of automatic control and regulation device, but determines the changes in the hybrid power grid operation mode in order to normalize the quality of electricity. It is also allows efficient electricity consumption by prompt changes in the hybrid network structure by providing a recommendation regarding switching off or on renewable energy sources, storage battery in the mode of charge on the discharge balance load to increase energy saving. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have I would like to ask one question from practical point of view. So you were presented the information technology of decision-making support system. Yes. So I would like to know, and I wonder what kind of software do you use for modeling and implementation of decision support system?
We construct a support system in the form of
Maybe kind of business rules engine or something.
Business rules engine.
Business rules engine, yeah, engine.
No. Decision is very difficult process. Decision for the management of the hybrid power grid is very difficult problem. Multitasking, and we created information technology to implementation fuzzy rules and.
Okay, thank you. More questions? From on-site auditorium, we do not have questions. Maybe we have questions from remote participants. No questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. And our next presentation is named Rule-Driven Spreadsheet Data Extraction from Statistical Tables Case Study. And Mr. Vyacheslav Paramonov will present. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce results of our research. These are performance evaluation of our approach and methods for data extraction from spreadsheets. I'll tell about the motivation, the background of the challenges, and about features of data for processing and experimental results and evaluation, and I make some conclusions. Tables are very common form of data representation in the world, and one of the most popular spreadsheet format is Excel, and this format is used by people for create and present information for people. However, Excel is a very good basis for data integration in business intelligence because of it is useful for organization data in various domains, and this form of representation is easily readable by people. And also we have very widespread distribution of office software in the world. However, the positive side, the human readable form, is a very negative side for automatically processing because of information in Excel tables as rule presented in semi-structured format, and there are a lot of messy data, messy information, such as information in content and data organization. Also, we faced with a difference in physical and logical organization cells in Excel documents. So this format is oriented for interaction by people and for people, and this involves the presence of complex data organization structures. Different users may use different formats of data, and as I told, there are a lot of messy data in the documents. It's all of this are the huge challenge for automated data extraction, processing, and understanding. The minimum set of components table is a header and data. And we think that organization of header, correct organization of header help us to understand the links between data elements and make canonical form of the table more correct. And in this research, we used our software platform for data extraction in real-world tables. We used South Corpora. It is a set of 200 statistical abstracts, statistical tables of United States. And the goal of this research evaluated the performance of spreadsheet data extraction driven by user-defined rules. The architecture of our platform presented on this slide. And we used our cell rule language, CRL, to describe rule sets for identification elements in the table. When we analyzed corporate tables, we noted that some tables have hand-coded modifications, such as manually split cells, some service information such as tag data, hidden markups or zero white columns, and so on. And we think that such artifacts can have a negative effect on automatic processing of tables. Also, we noted that table have visual presentation. It is a view of the table, how this table seen by people, and physical presentation of the table, how the table is pre-received by machine. And very often the organization of headers of tables are different as visual and physical. And we had a guesswork that if the table header will have equal visual and physical layers, in this case, automatic data extraction will be more efficient. And on this slide is shown that when the visual presentation of table header is unequal with physical ones. And for our evaluation, we used South dataset with eliminated artifacts and two derivatives. We corrected table headers by our algorithms, Hedrikog, and by an expert. The results of the correction presented in the slide. And we got very similar values for automated cells and equal cells that transformed by an expert. And also we noted that the most tables in one area designed with a few common tricks of table layout, formatting, content, etc. And people are able to use these tricks in order to understand tabular data correctly. These tricks may be used for formulation of rules to extract data from the tables and presented them in canonical view. We created the set of 18 rules for identification of table elements, but it is only suggestion because of another users could formulate their own rules. The sample of a rule is on the slide, and our platform allowed to generate rule to Java source code, and it would be useful for users who don't know and don't want to meet with our sales rule language. For preparation of ground truths, we used tables with manually corrected headers and made color annotation of tabular elements to show the hierarchy of headings, and this colorization allowed to simplify identification of tabular elements. These colorized tables were used for canonicalization, and the sample of canonical tabular view is on the slide. This form of presentation is correctly reading and processing by a machine, and we should note that each canonicalized table is accompanied by two record sets specifying entries and labels with their provenance. It is useful for comparison data in canonical view and original view. And for evaluation the performance, we used an original data set, tables corrected automatically by our Hedgecock algorithms, and tables corrected manually by 3 experts. And we compare results of canonicalization with the ground truths. The results of the performance evaluation presented in the slide, and the correction of the header allowed to us to improve the quality of data extraction. And so the TABI Excel platform was utilized in our experiment for performance evaluation of data extraction processes from real-world data sets of tables. And we used only 18 rules that allowed us to identify all tabular elements. The experiment demonstrated applicability of the platform for extracting data from real-world tables. And the results of case study experimentally demonstrated that the correction of header structure allowed to improve the quality of the table canonicalization. And all material and all data are freely available in the internet. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to ask several questions. The first question is about the results of performance evaluation, and the most results are stated between 70 and 82%, if I understood correctly. Is it enough, or you should improve results? For example, precision is, I understand, 81, 82 labels, yeah, entry label pairs 76.
Yes, these results are comparable with another approaches, but in the most cases, the model-driven approach is used. It is a very hard approach for modification for different types of the tables. In our case, we used model-driven approach. Rules-driven approach for extraction data, and we used non-special tables. We used real-world tables.
So it primarily depends from the input data source, yeah, the quality of the data or something.
Yes, you are right, absolutely.
Okay, and one more question. And what is in general the scope of your solution? So I mean, for whom is this decision and solution most relevant, for kind of particular sector or specific position, and can it be used as part of any other software solution like plugin or something like that?
Well, this platform may be useful for business analytics, for example, for getting data from different Excel documents, heterogeneous Excel documents, and extraction, generalizing information, and for further analysis.
Okay, thank you. And what about the commercialization?
We think about it.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. More questions? Maybe questions from remote participants? Okay, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have the next presentation named Semantic Interoperability of CV Builder, Problem and Practical Solutions. And the presenter will be Svetlana Kubilinska. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you properly.
Okay. Do you see correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Hello for everyone. My name is Svetlana Kubilinskina, and I from ICIST Collegia, University of Applied Science, and want to present our article, Semantic Interoperability of CV Builder, Problem and Practical Solution. and with my colleagues Valdona Ivickaitė-Žukovskė and Tatiana Liogienė. And the aim of article is to present the result of practical solution of the operational program for the European Union funds investment project, automated CV builder based on artificial intelligence model. Widespread internet usage makes easier to find job offers and send candidates their CV. And where is the problem? How we can help managers to choose candidates who best meet job requirements and should be invited for an interview. And the one problem typically for software engineering we solve, we present how to structure CV data. And what we did at first, we did systematic review was carried out in November 2019 via the Web of Science database. In the second step, we do in order to highlight the basic information the employee needs about the candidate for a particular position. Empirical research was carried out in companies. In third step, regarding the result of the employees survey and the issue raised, the analysis of CV website were carried out, and based on the result, we propose CV information model, new information model. And first, systematic review finding using keyword curriculum vitae, and it lasts 5 years. At all, we found 128 articles, and finally we choose only 22 articles and selected scientific articles analyze following aspects: the problem of structuring CV data, the specifics of CV information evaluation, data validity, and the problem of data presentation. And in the article, we present only the first aspect, the problem of the structuring CV data, and full review of all analysis aspects we provide in appendix of the project technical document. And only 7 articles analyze the structure of elements of present CV information. Here you see comparative analysis of the CV elements, and what we found that the structure of the CV, we note that the main information to be present can be summarized in the following categories. It's 3 categories: contact details and personal information. Second is education, and third, work history. Less frequently presented element is abilities, publications, certificates, and awards. Then we note that want to describe the qualification and career of researchers. More structured elements are needed. First is audit and quality improvement tasks, management and leadership, training courses and education symposium, membership in professional and public organizations, referees, consultation, experience and a researcher, teaching experience, volunteering experience. From the another aspect, a variety of solutions and technologies are used for CV evaluation process, and decisions depends on how is CV is recognized. A generally accepted CV standards give the possibility to store a CV in XML format that can be converted in OVL or stored as PDF files. Analyzing the presentation of CV data, we note that there is a convenient way to submit a CV using a portfolio managing and filling in a personal behavior. CV data is available in unique URL where publications and other resources that I mentioned in the CV can be submitted. Second step is empirical research, and we do carry out in companies, and the research was in English and Lithuanian languages, countries where we have telephone and email surveys of all countries is Finland, Poland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Lithuania. A total of this amount responses were received, and it only was 5% from a total number of respondents is about this whom was sent an email, and we get answers from this amount from 4 agent companies and from 79 Lithuanian companies. And the analysis of the obtained survey data help determine what information is missing in candidates' CVs, how employee search are conducted, where employer posts their job advertisement. This made it possible to establish the relationship between the real usefulness of CV tools and employees' needs. And the result of this research, employers usually lack CV information about candidates' personal skills, professional abilities, and cannot find a portfolio. Portals and social networks are most often used to search for employees and post job advertisement. Third step was research of CV website and using the keyword CV building tools. Top tools were selected, and we selected 31 websites. You see the list of these website names, and information obtained from website was organized according to these criteria: what type of CV builder tools are used, professional qualification of assumption for responsibility, language selection, adaptability to different region of the world, Europass support capability, targeting different target user groups, adaptability to screen size, ways to log into the CV platform, ways to import the CV file, CV format type, CV storage format, types of elements used to fill in the CV, ways to submit a CV on a job search platform, and CV element groups. And what we get from this survey result, most CV builder websites support A4 format, but at the same time are not adapted to work on smart device that's complicating CV viewing. The second is existing CV builder tools limit candidate because CVs are usually saved in PDF, text, XML, and other similar formats. Meanwhile, only a small part of the tool gives the possibility to create a candidate's personal website, increasing CV accessibility and management. Regarding the CV structure, it is sufficiently structured, but very few CV tools allows the candidate to create a portfolio, and the survey of employees show the missing it. Fourth result is most tools CV data is structured. Only a few tools offer to use Europass CV form, and no CV standard is used in other tools, which suggests that such standards do not exist. In some CV builder tools, the use of classification of professional occupation and responsibilities gives the possibility to speed up the structure CV creation, In addition, some of the tools examined have interactive job search option, which expands the standard functionality of the tools and speeds up job search candidate recruitment process. And here you see graphically the most popular CV element groups used in tools, and here you see 9 groups. And according the result of the empirical research and the result and research of CV website, we can start that when employee are looking for future employee, there is a lack of information about the personal characteristics, and for result, how is it the better way? We found the most popular method in psychology is the Big 5 personality traits, and this method is successfully applied with the help of social media information, and artificial intelligence is used to process it. And based on it, we proposed CV information model, which will allow effective organization of the needs of employee and job seekers, realization of compatibility of different tools in CV, saving CV in XML format. And CV information model provides data element grouped by category. Full element set is a hierarchical structure of the data elements that include containers, aggregate data elements, and simple data elements as leaf nodes of the hierarchy. Only leaf nodes have individually value defined through their associative value space and data type. Container data element in CV do not have individual values, and here you can see CV information model visualization using mind map techniques. And as you see, you can see here that all data groups in 10 categories: contact information, personal information, career goals, education and training, work experience, professional qualification, personal skills and ability, metadata, additional information, and portfolio. And each data element are defined in the CV information model. The first is name, the name by which data element is referenced. Second is explanation, the definition of the data element. Set is multiplicity, the number of values allowed. Fourth is order, the order of the value only applicable for data element, which more than one value. And then is note, some specific remark using this data element and example. And simple data element also defined value space, the set of allowed values for the data element, and data type. Data type would be a long string, data type, vocabulary term, character string, or undefined. And conclusion, we introduce a new CV information model that support a variety of CV uses, including management, searching and finding, technical interoperability, and evaluation. Limitation of the research are the lack of verification of the CV information model, and currently the new CV information model was implemented in the automated CV platform. Here you see the link where partly this model implemented, and validation status of the CV information model are planned. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for presentation. And I would like to ask one question. So Nowadays, candidates for the position often do not bother to complete their CVs. They simply provide a link to the LinkedIn profile or something. And how would you comment on such an involving approach to candidate CV?
The problem that for today we don't have standard in ISO standard as ISO standard, which can use all builders, and we could have interoperability between different tools.
So, but we have Europass CV template.
Yes, Europass, but Europass not ISO standard, and not all tools use this standard because it's not standard.
So, how you suggest to solve this kind of problem? What could be a solution?
Solution is to standard and try to ISO standard to create. That all would use one standard.
Okay, thank you. More questions? No questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. And now we'll have the last presentation of this session today. We will have an on-site presenter. And so the title of presentation is Using Management Transcription Concepts to Ensure Business and EIS Alignment in an Agile Environment. And the presenter will be the student Karolis Noreika. Yeah? Okay.
Okay, one moment. Yes, so I hope the participants online can see the screen. Probably you can. No? Okay.
Minimize. Share screen. Bring dabar šitą. Jo. Tavo čia, ne?
Šitas mano.
Tai kalbėjau.
Okay, so I have a thumbs up. Okay, so actually it's really a strange thing that I'm the only one presenting live, but I'm really glad to be able to do that. So my name is Karolis Noreika, and together with Professor Saulius Budas, we represent Vilnius University, Institute of Data Science and Digital Technologies. And today I'm going to present our paper, Using Management Transaction Concept to Ensure Business and Enterprise Application Software Alignment in an Agile Environment. So maybe I will not bother you with all the agenda. You will see that in a minute. So let's just start. And the main problem that we are trying to resolve is the problems with business strategy execution. And business strategy execution is something that is done to actually achieve strategic business objectives. And in our research, we are focusing on the key projects to achieve strategic business objectives. And as you can see, there are some surveys made. The one on the left is from the Standish Group, and Standish Group is a leading provider of project delivery data. And as you can see, only 30% of projects are successful in terms of time, scope, and cost, and also the satisfactory result, which means that the end users are actually satisfied with the end result. And on the right, I also added some information that is more recent, and this is from 2019, and it still shows that the successful rates are even lower than before. but the participants of the survey was a bit different audience. But anyway, it just shows that the problem still exists despite all the various efforts. So I will now go to the problem domain and just explain how we are tackling this situation. So the IT project in our case is the enterprise application software, and enterprise application software is a type of software that is supporting needs of many users, not a single user. And way on top, you can see the vision, mission, and goals. And these two parts are being handled by human communication. There are a lot of tools like agile frameworks or enterprise architecture frameworks or business strategy execution in terms of management, but still the issue exists. And in order to successfully develop the enterprise application software that would truly support the vision, mission, and goals, this is still not formally ensured. Quickly, what is Agile? I'm really glad that today there were already some presentations mentioning Agile. So Agile is a philosophy in a nutshell that is aiming for a fast value to the customer, for a frequent feedback. And in order to successfully utilize Agile methods, these things should be there. And on the right-hand side, I am showing you some hierarchy about how the strategic objectives could be translated to some development requirements, also called user stories in Agile environment. And this structure on the right is called the TICE structure. And I will mention more in the next slide. So looking at the business strategy execution part, the thing I mentioned at the beginning. So as you can see on the top, maybe I'll try to just point it out. So as you can see here on the top, the business strategy usually starts with defining the strategic objectives. They just don't fall from the sky. And this is done usually by the board of directors or some other governing body. And how this is defined, it is via identifying organizational capabilities. So we actually know what we are successful in and we try to utilize that. Then evaluating current performance, performing market research and various other things. And this part is purely business management. Then going to the next level, we are having the business function managers and looking back at the previously mentioned TIE structure. This is where the themes are defined from strategic objectives. So we are actually splitting the strategic objectives, trying to figure out which department, which business function in the company would be able to support that. We are identifying some milestones and identifying high-level stakeholders. And this is still business management side still. And going further, this is actually on the next level, the department leaders level, where the initiatives are defined. This is where the actual business management and software development management meets. And the initiatives is some high-level requirements that are still not something that you can take and work on, but they usually span up to 9 months. And at the end, they provide some value and contribution to the strategic objectives. Going further, we are splitting the initiatives, trying to figure out what will be the smaller pieces. And this is where the software development management as such is done. This is usually done by some agile teams, let's say the Scrum teams. We have the product owner that is responsible for the communication and defining what needs to be done. And on the bottom part, we have the development team that actually does the work, meaning the software development work. But all of these relations going from bottom to top, they are managed by human communication, despite the various tools in the industry that we have. And those boxes on both sides, this side means that as it is written, this is a manual process, and this is not formally defined. So it pretty much means that whatever development task is done, it is not for sure that this task would be contributing to the strategic objective. And on the to-be side, so we are working on a method or an automatic way to actually set these relations without any emotions, without someone saying that you should just do that and that's it. And supporting the tie structure that I mentioned before. Okay, pointer. Good. And then going to the next part, we also needed to look into the enterprise architecture. And enterprise architecture is a set of tools, a set of frameworks that provide a holistic overview about the enterprise, about its informational flows, technological infrastructure, and how the company operates. And it helps to navigate in the more and more complex world. And there are several well-known frameworks. The ones listed, and the Archimate is listed a bit separately as a modeling language as well. And the picture on the right represents the TOGAF framework. But I will get into more detail how this is related. And then we have the management transaction. And management transaction is a concept, a framework that is supporting the causal knowledge. And causal knowledge is the type of knowledge that relates on some factors about how the business is run, how things are being done, how the processes are being handled. But this is usually not written. This is done just purely from experience, and setting the causal knowledge in some model actually provides the required formalization. And the picture on the left is the conceptual structure of the management transaction, and on the right is the causal model. And it consists of enterprise goal, enterprise process, feedback loop, and management function, and informational flows, both incoming and outgoing. And then I will get you to the research part. And on the research part, we illustrated the development process, how it is happening in the real world in the process space. And process space comes also from the management transaction part. We have the generalization on the x-axis and the aggregation on the y. And as you can see, going from bottom to top, the level of requirements keep being increased. It gets more and more obscure, more and more abstract. But on the bottom part, we have that in order to deliver some feature, in order to achieve some business goal, we need to, let's say, do some development tasks. And these development tasks are dubbed as technical tasks. And that's it. But it's not clear to which strategic objectives these tasks are contributing to. And this is how the requirements would look like from, let's say, the developer point of view. The theme and initiative information is not provided at all. The epic information is just briefly mentioned. It just has a name, but it's not clear how it is relating with the initiative, which strategic objectives it's supporting. And then we have some information on the user stories, so something that a developer would be able to take on and work, but it's still not clear how it is contributing to the strategic objectives. So usually this information is just provided by speech, by some communication, by some discussions, but not formally. So how it could look like if we would be applying the method that is being worked on. So we are actually filling now all the missing links. We have the business management side on the right-hand side and the software development management on the left-hand side. And then we are able to see and to map which actually themes, which strategic objectives we are doing that work for. So of course, the time duration is completely different because strategic objectives are set, as mentioned, for several years. And looking at the software development management side, we have the initiatives that are set at least for 9 months. But still, now we are able to define which strategic objectives that development tasks are contributing to. So this is just briefly how the normalized version of the requirements could look like. And all these yellow markings just mean that the extra information is provided by an expert, but we believe that this could be automated. And yeah, that's just the second part. And then just explaining why we needed the enterprise architecture frameworks. So agile concepts, the ones that I mentioned, they could be called fuzzy because, as mentioned, they are not clearly defined. They have a lot of place for interpretation. And if we would be able to map that to the established enterprise application, enterprise architecture frameworks, then we are having the required formalization to be able to make sure that those concepts that are in the agile world, they actually amount to something, they actually can be modeled. And the picture on the right is indicating the coordination demand that is needed between the separate management functions, because business management is a separate management function, management transaction, and software development management is a different management transaction. And then just to illustrate how this is relating with the mentioned management transaction framework. So in this case, the IO3 initiative can be modeled as the management transaction with all the related links and required links. And then on the software development management, we need to also support the same format. We need to have the sufficient information to make sure that these two parts link, and that that those stories, those epics that are below on the right-hand side, they are contributing to some business management strategic objective. And this is just another explanation on the very detailed level how this could look like. It may really look complicated, but usually in real world, only several different combinations are used. So let's say on the left-hand side, the enterprise goal, we need to map that on the with the enterprise goal on the right-hand side, the MT1 goal, in order to make sure that the link is established, and maybe some additional one or two things. But this is just to represent that mathematically all the potential combinations are possible as a Cartesian product. And for the case study, just one of the final slides. So we have tried to implement the suggested method on several IT projects, and these IT projects are those of enterprise application software. They are spanning for 10 to 12 months, and the results are based on 3 different categories. So we have the initial requirements, and on all projects, the initial requirement number did not change, whether we were applying the method or not. And this is because initially the requirements are set in the best way that we can. And there are no miscommunications usually in the beginning. But then once we start implementing, especially in the agile way, the feedback starts coming up soon. And we see that there are a lot of change requests, and change requests means that we have developed something, but now the business stakeholders or some other stakeholders, they are saying that we don't need that anymore. Maybe you misunderstood us. And this is usually where all the work that needs to be done comes in. So with the method applied, we can see that there was a significant reduction, around 15%, both on project 1 and project 2. The change request on the project 3 did not reduce that much. But basically what it means that we were able to properly define the required links, and this allowed us to reduce the number of change requests. And of course, the bug side, this is the development defects. I would not say that this method is the cure for that, and it just impacted the result, but I would say that this method definitely had an impact to reduce bugs, because the less you develop, the less bugs you can make actually. So in this case, we saw the reduction or improvement of delivery in change requests and bugs. And yeah, getting to the conclusions and future works. So the management transaction framework was used to normalize the specifications of the agile hierarchy elements and the systematization of the contents of these elements, and also using the management transaction framework proved to improve enterprise application software delivery results and also business and IT alignment. And the number of change requests was reduced, and also some impact on reduction of bugs. And also the agile management hierarchy links were specified visually in the abstract process space. And this helped to identify and segregate the different management function types. So business management and software development management. And what we are aiming to do further. So we would like to finish the method to integrate the elements in the task hierarchy to ensure the causal relationships between the strategic objectives and enterprise application software development tasks, and also just not to put it as a theoretical model, but also put it in practice. We would aim to provide a prototype to improve agile project management tools, and in this case, this is Jira, one of the most popular, with additional feature, and this feature would provide that information that I mentioned, the required information to ensure link from strategic business objectives to those project development tasks. And this is just a mock-up how this could look like. So really briefly, the item number 1 is the field that is currently used, and this is set by human, defined by human communication. And item number 2, this is something that we would be aiming to add additionally and to automatically provide. Yeah, and that was actually it. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And I have one question. So we are solving a problem of several decades old. Yeah. So, and as you know, the Henderson and Raman strategic alignment model presented more than 30 years ago on 1993, and you are using the same principles in general as, for example, ICIST to be. And I would like to ask about the main advantage over this framework. Is this advantage that this framework is agile compatible, or there are kind of more features?
Well, it is definitely agile compatible, but it also has this, well, we expected to have the adaptation in that tool for software project management.
It's model compatible as well, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah, because we also use that. But anyway, the end result should be actually practical implementation, you know, so that in my, let's say, work, I often meet situations where we develop something just because someone comes and says you just need to do that, and that's the only way. But if we would look at, if we would use this model, we could say that we don't need to do that because this does not bring any value to any strategic objective. So I think all of these methods that were created before and the one that you mentioned, they kind of have this idea. They would like to do that, but I think they sometimes lack the practical result. So maybe we could at least take a step towards that.
I understand the task, I understand the problem very well, and because we had the same PhD supervisor. So okay, thank you very much. So it was the last presenter of this section. Thank you. Yeah. Sure. And okay, so now we'll have 5 minutes, I think, time break. It's not 5, 7 minutes time break, and at 4 p.m. we'll return back and we'll continue our conference sessions. Okay. Thank you. See you after 7 minutes. Hello. So let's start our session number 3, according to our schedule. So business intelligence, the session name is Business Intelligence for Information and Software Systems, and the special session is on intelligent methods for data analysis and computer-aided software engineering. Let me introduce myself. I am chair of this session, Professor Audris Lopata. So, okay, I can see that the presenter of the first presentation, Cyprian Archei, is with us, yeah, remote. Great. So the title of presentation is an analysis of ED line algorithm in urban street view data set. So up to 20 minutes, okay? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now let's see if I can share.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So again, hello, everyone. My name is Cyprian Archei, as I was introduced. Today, I will speak about our paper, an analysis of AD lines algorithm in urban street view dataset. First, I want to explain the motivation of this analysis or research. Actually, our group studied a lot the building detection in urban street scenarios, and most of it, this has the main motive of this is that it became a very interesting topic, one in which computer vision actually comes together with augmented reality to create applications for tourists and for other stuff. One of the most important features in computer vision, and one that we consider important in this building detection, is the edge features. Edges are important, and actually we saw that they are the same edges, but we need to interpret them differently when we are talking about a natural data set with all kinds of images and all kinds of scenarios, and ones that are in an urban scenario. When I mean urban scenario, I mean buildings, images of buildings or frames of buildings, so on, that are collected using mobile devices. And we like to make detection from the street view application, not from satellite applications. In this case, we experimented upon the classical edge detection, and one of the best algorithms that are right now available in the classical domain is this edge drawing algorithm. That's the acronym AD, and of course the AD lines, because most of the newer building detection algorithms are based on lines as features. So in this direction, we started this analysis, and we did our analysis first using 2 different data sets, one of natural image, as you can see in the left part, where we had images from different perspectives, different elements, and with no clear use case. In the other one, we have a dedicated data set only for buildings. And of course, you can see the ground truth in the last column, which are different ground truths with different scope in the end. So we started our analysis by comparing, in theory, these 2 data sets, and added upon the fact that being a classical algorithm, a classical edge detection algorithm, the filters or the kernels we use have meaning and produce different results. So as we will see in the presentation, we actually varied between 8 different kernels to see how those kernels improve or degrade the obtained results. So to do so, first I would like to explain a bit the edge drawing line algorithm. You can see it in the references here. So the input is an image, and we have a series of parameters that we can tune, is the sigma value for the smoothing, the threshold gradient, the anchor gradient threshold, the scan interval, the line fit error threshold, and the minimum length of the line. So the algorithm is actually described in this slide. So if we have an image and it's colored, it's RGB, we would like to apply the algorithm in grayscale for a better processing. Then the first step would be to filter the image with a Gaussian filter. Of course, you can use other kind of filtering, but the original AD line uses the Gaussian filter. The next steps would be to create two maps, one of the gradient map similar to other classical edge detection algorithms, and the other one is actually a direction map. The direction map is calculated not using the classical formula, but using this optimization here for a faster processing power. The next step is actually thresholding the whole gradient map according to the gradient threshold we give here as parameter. And the next one is to find the peaks or anchors of how they are called in this algorithm. And starting from those anchors that are extracted using the anchor threshold from the gradient map, we start the smart routing. The smart routing is started. And in the end, this smart routing will give out a list of segments that are afterwards line fitted and in the end validated using the Helmholtz principle. So this would be the ED line algorithm explication. We used the classical one. Of course, you can find the literature deviations of this, but we chose to use the classical one. Like we said, to give a bit more scope or to widen our scope of the analysis, we chose to vary the kernel we used in the ED line. The original one uses the Sobel, the classical Sobel kernel, but we experimented with Previt, Kirsch, Kitchen, Kayali, Shar, Cron, and Orhei kernel. Both of them have benefits in certain use cases, and we wanted to experiment with all of them to see which one actually gave us better results in our use cases. To evaluate, we chose a very popular evaluation method. It's called the pixel corresponding metric. And we chose to show our results in the F1 or F measure scheme, where we have precision and recall with the formulas that you can see here. And of course, the F1 measure. Okay. What we did, we start tuning the respective algorithm because we are talking about still a classical edge detection algorithm. So the parameters are very important. And we wanted to find out the best parameters for each case. So we obtained, we started varying the thresholds, the gradient, the anchor, the scan interval, and the Gaussian kernel size, as announced here. Starting from, for example, for the gradient threshold, we started from a value of 10 to a value of 150 with a step of 10. And we obtain actually these results as the best. Sorry, the images are a bit small, but there's a lot of data. We actually only chose the first values because if we look in the variety and of all the variants we tested, if we had shown all of it, it would be quite big ones. And we actually represented here graphically the first results. And then we can see from this first parameter tuning of the original algorithm, ED algorithm, we clearly obtained different results when we talk about a natural data set or an urban data set. And the difference are quite high. And we were expecting this because on a natural data set, in the natural data set, we selected one popular one, the BSDS 500. All the edges or boundaries were annotated, but when we talk about the urban data set, the annotation were only concerning the edges or boundaries that are present on the building. So, for example, in future use cases, a segmented image would clearly bring better results on this. But we wanted to see, without any pre-processing or post-processing of this line detection, if which variant of the ED line would bring better results. So we found out for the classical one, which of the parameters bring forth the best results. And we took actually those further and changed all the kernels used, but gave a bit of liberty and varied a bit the Gaussian kernel and the threshold gradient to give a bit of flexibility to compensate with the different kernel. And we did it again, and we obtained actually same results. If we look, meaning we saw that most of the kernels actually bring forward same results. As we can see in both cases, Sobel, Previt, Shar, Cron, or Hey did not bring clear benefits to the table, but we saw that using Kirsch or Kitchen or Kayal will not bring benefits. So clearly these are not good for our use case. Actually, we kind of saw that the Kayali operator doesn't bring any good results for this line algorithm. Yeah, sorry, this is the edge drawing algorithm, and this is the edge line algorithm. One is only the edges and other one is the line. Sorry, I'm a bit emotional about this. Okay, moving forward. So when we are talking about the lines, not only segments, but lines, we saw that actually, for example, in this urban scenario, the Orhei kernel actually brings forward better results, small than the original one. And if we look on the natural data set, we can see that actually Previt, Shar, Cron bring forward better results than the original Sobel one. So we put them all in the table to be more visible. And we actually see that somehow the trends are the same when changing the data sets, but we can see clear differences, and we can see examples when we look at lines, because our main interest was to find lines that changing the operator, the classical variant of the operator that was used Sobel, to other operators bring better results forward. So it was our topic, was to see which variant brings forward good results. And of course, this will actually bring us forward to the next step, where we will include this research in a complete chain of building detection, where we would have a pre-processing region of interest and afterwards and line matching part of the algorithm. Thank you. These are the references, and if you have questions, sorry, I usually present very fast.
Okay, thank you for presentation. And I have one question regarding the table 1 presented in your presentation, as well as in the article, best results of all operators on the selected data set. Sorry, and I wonder why you included the Kayali operator, because the results in all positions are 0. So it is clear that it's not suitable, or how to explain?
Yeah, even if it was clear that it was suitable, we took it in consideration, and we chose to leave it there, maybe for other researchers or future research to be clear that, yeah, this is not suitable to be used into the edge drawing algorithm or edge drawing line algorithm.
Okay, it's clear. More questions? So we do not have questions from on-site auditorium. And do we have questions from remote participants? No questions. So thank you for presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, and next presentation, title Automated Non-Linked Two-Vehicle Towing System. And I hope we have a presenter. It's Mia Wang.
Yes.
Okay, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Let me share my screen here.
Great.
Okay.
So we can see your screen, but including notes. Oh, now we can see your screen properly. Okay.
Okay, everything looks good.
Yes, everything is good, and you have 15 minutes limit. Okay, time limit.
Okay.
You?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mia Wang. I'm from Purdue University at United States. I'm in Indiana right now. I'm very unfortunate I cannot join you in person. I actually was in the conference 2 years ago. It was a great conference, and I'm very glad I could present my research to all of you. So the title of my research is Automated Non-Linked to Vehicle Towing System. Okay, so this is the agenda for the presentation today. I will start with the introduction and then talks a little bit about the review of the literature, and I will focus on the methodology of my research, and then I will present the results and conclusion. Okay, for the introduction, as you can see from this table, it is very costly to buy or even rent a vehicle that can tow a certain amount of weight. And when we trying to tow a trailer, we have to use a hard connection like the towing system, and sometimes it can be very dangerous because most of those accidents are caused by the widely swaying towing trailer. If the pickup truck turns or brakes too suddenly, the side forces will cause the trailer swaying from side to side behind the towing vehicle, which is also called the fishtailing. It is usually impossible to stop a swaying trailer, and the tow vehicle will end up dragged by the trailer and cause a severe accident. Oh, wait, here. So the research question for my research is to propose an automated disconnected towing system, which does not require a physical connection between the leading vehicle and the trailer vehicle by only using a computer vision system. So the significance of this research is for those like me, like myself, I only have a very small vehicle. I can still tow a few thousands of pounds of cargo. That will be possible. And also this system can help reducing vehicle accidents that are related to towing. And there are a few assumptions for my research. So both the leading and trailer vehicles have their own power system. The second one would be no other vehicles or objects should appear in between the leading and the trailer vehicle because there's no hard connection. The only thing in between will be the camera on the trailer vehicle, and there will be another camera in the leading vehicle. I will talk about the details just in a few seconds. And we should not have sudden turns or brakes when we operate the leading vehicles. Now the section of review of the literature. So as you know now, autonomous driving technology has been a very hot topic for at least like 5 years, and now it's still going on very much. And the ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance System, is to help avoid accidents by assisting the driver in their driving task continuously, but in addition have the function to increase comfort and efficiency. And the motivation for ADAS is a few. So first one is increasing safety and to increase comfortability in driving, and to improve traffic flow, and also it can help reduce energy consumption. So the examples of ADAS features are, for example, adaptive
cruise control. Probably a lot of our vehicles now have this kind of feature. And the other one would be a popular one would be lane departure warning. For example, like when we're driving on the highway, somehow we maybe get a little bit distracted, and our control wheel is maybe a little bit off the lane, and the system can actually help us automatically going back in between the lane. These are very practical and helpful features. And this is the levels of autonomy. This is from the SAE standards. So from 0 to 5, we have 6 levels of autonomy. And I think so far the vehicles in the market now reached level 3 still. So we're working on reaching level 4 and 5. So level 3 is conditional automation. So this still requires human intervention. So we still need to pay attention when using the autonomous feature. And this is some of the other autonomous features that's available for current vehicles. As I said, the most popular one would be ACC and lane departure warning. Next, I would like to talk about the color space. So color space is the main technology or main tool we used in our computer vision system. So the first color space we considered is our RGB. This is a very traditional, very classical color space. So the RGB color space is an color space based on the RGB color model. And the other one, the second one is the HSL. It's representing hue, saturation, lightness. And the HSV represents hue, saturation, and value. Those two are alternative representation of the RGB color model. We actually tried all 3 of them, and I will talk about the results later in the results session. Next, I will in detail explain how our system works. So as you can see in this figure, our system contains 2 subsystems, a lane following system for the leading vehicle and an autonomous towing system for the trailer vehicle. So the line following or the lane following system allows the leading vehicle to follow the lane line and drive by itself. And the automated disconnected towing system allows the trailer to detect the license plate that is attached to the back of the leading vehicle. The other important function of this system is it can adjust the trailer car's current speed according to the distance from the leading vehicle. So the system design, so the hardware that is required for our system, the 2 main part is a stereo camera, which can actually measure the distance from your current location to the next object. And for the processors, we use Jetson TX2 and Jetson Nano. One, Jetson TX2 would be placed on the trailer vehicle, and the Nano is used on the leading vehicle. And the software, the tools we use, including our program is written in Python, and we applied OpenCV, the very popular computer vision library, and Canny Edge detection is the other tool we use, and also the robotic operating system is the system we used. The next will be the first part of the main system is the line following system. So as I mentioned, the goal of the line following system is to design an image processing system that enables the leading vehicle to drive itself automatically by following the lane line. Overall, the line following system takes video image as input and produces cross-track arrow as output. So the cross-track arrow is used by RobotQ, which is a type of DC motor controller, to calculating the steering angle. So what is cross-track arrow? So the cross-track arrow is a key element to calculate the steering angle. As you can see in this figure, The program will calculate the absolute value between the center of the image and the center of the detected lane line. So before this step, we actually filtered out all the colors. We only focus on color yellow, which is the color of the lane line. And as you can see in this feature, the red line in the figure is the shortest absolute value between the center of the license plate or to the bottom of the image. And the arctangent function in the main math library can calculate the degree of the angle between the red and the green line, which is the CTE. So our purpose is to find the angle between the green line and the red line. And later on, this angle can be passed to the DC motor controller. It will calculate the steering angle. The next is the automatic towing system. So the goal of the automated towing system is to design a computer vision system that can detect the license plate of the leading vehicle and follow it by a certain distance. There are two functions in the automatic towing system has to fulfill. The first one is the plate detection function, which is to be able to detect the license plate by using similar technology that is used in the line following system. And the second one is the speed control function, which is to control the speed according to the distance information from the stereo camera. So the license plate attached to the leading vehicle is made with two colors, so red and yellow. Because this is still the first stage of our experiment, we made our own license plate in two colors. So in that way, we can just use a color filter to detect the license plate. The input of the plate detection function is the image input, and output is again the cross-track arrow, which is used in calculating the steering angle. And at the same time, the speed control takes the distance information from the stereo camera, and the program will adjust the speed of the trailer vehicle according to the distance. The input of the speed control system is distance, and the output is speed. So again, this is another figure to explain what is the CTE in license plates, the cross-track arrow in license plate recognition. So as you can see, we're trying to find the angle between the red line and the orange line, and that angle will be used to calculate the steering angle. And in this figure, this is the speed control system logic. If the minimum, like we said, if the minimum distance between the leading vehicle and the trailer vehicle is less than 1.3 meters, the trailer vehicle will come to a full stop to avoid collision because it will be too close. And the minimum distance between 1.4 and 1.6 meters, the trailer vehicle will remain a constant speed, which is set to 14 meters per hour. It's kind of slow. That's because we actually tested our system on 2 go-karts, so they can go very fast, but we tested indoor in our garage and in the parking lot. We don't want to drive it too fast to cause any damage. So to continue, if the minimum distance is between 1.6 and 1.2 meters, which is a little bit far away, the trailer vehicle will increase its speed by 2 meters per hour to catch up with the leading vehicle. If the minimum distance is greater than 2.2 meters, the trailer vehicle increases its speed by 4 meters per hour to catch up with the leading vehicle. And here is the experiment setup. So the left figure is the indoor environment. So this project is actually done during my internship in a company. So this is actually the garage in the company. And the outdoor environment setup is actually just outside of the parking lot. As you can see, there is one go-kart in the right hand figure, and that's one of the go-kart we use. And from this image, I actually can see we used this go-kart as a trailer vehicle because there is no license plate like by the end of this go-kart. And we actually used two testing platforms. The first one is robot cars for indoor testing. They're smaller and easy to manipulate, but like if we want to use it more close to the real life, so we used the go-kart for indoor and outdoor testing. And the course tracks for experiments. So we designed 3 different course tracks. The first one on the top is just straight line, 10 meters, and just to see if the leader vehicle can follow the lane line and the trailer vehicle can follow the license plate. And the second one is the left one in the bottom, which is just a big circle, and it's 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. And the third course is the most challenging course. It's kind of figure 8 shape, and yeah. So this these 3 courses is the tracks we use for experiment. And this is the example of detailed experiment planning. So we record test environment, which means whether it's outdoor or indoor, the time of experiment, like 10 a.m. or 4 p.m. And running time, because at the beginning, we run into a lot of issues. So the cards will stop like running like 3 seconds after it started, or even it even didn't start, like in some of the experiments, because it seems to be a very complicated task, because we built this car by ourselves, like not myself, because my focus is in the computer vision system. We have other interns to be in charge of the mechanical part. Like sometimes when we put those 2 systems together, there are problems we need to figure out. So we record the running time, and we will also record the arrow type, so which means whether it's a mechanical issue or a software issue, and the arrow locations, whether it's the beginning of the track or the middle or at the end, and the estimate running distance, like we also write down how many meters this test goes. So I will show you what we got, like just in a second. The next session is results for computer vision system. So as I just said, the arrow types include two kinds. One is software arrow, and the second one is hardware arrow. The software will only be the kind of like camera failure, or the computer vision cannot detect the lane line or cars. Anyway, the arrow locations are 3, the beginning, the middle, and towards the end of the course. And this is one of the results we had. So it's actually already 2 years ago. It feels really long time ago. And this on this day, July 25th, we run the go-karts in the indoor and on course track 1, and we were able to run 8 experiments, I would say. And as you can see, the third one, like we didn't get it to running because we ran into the mechanical problems. But other than that, the rest runs okay. So it doesn't seem a lot as you see it, but it took a lot of preparation to get the cars ready. And if we can do like 8 or 10 runs a day in the afternoon, we were really happy about it. So next, these are the 2 results. Example result for the testings on course track 1 and course track 2. So as you can see, course track 1 is, I think it should be easier because it's just one straight line, and the course track 2 is the big circle. It's more challenging and it takes longer time to finish. But as you can see, some of them, we still have like 3 failures, like in the course track 2. Like when you do the real-time experiment, this is what happened. And next is conclusion and future study. we found out our system was able to perform indoor and outdoor, but the outdoor performance is a lot worse than indoor because it's impacted by the natural light a lot. So if it's a sunny day, if the license plate is against the sunshine and in the shadow, we found our camera has a difficult time to recognize the license plate. Or if it's a cloudy day or rainy day, like we wouldn't test outside if it's raining. But if it's cloudy, like the vision system sometimes has a difficult time. So like these are all noises to the camera, to the computer vision system. So we still need to find a solution to see whether we can improve the computer vision's noise detection level. So like we thought about using QR code or barcode instead of license plate. It's another possibility. And the limitations and future works, the prototype is only like 10 miles per hour, and it may not work in extreme weather such as heavy rain or fog for now, but we are still working on it. And there is no object detection or pedestrian detection function added to the vision system yet. This study, like I said, mainly focus on the software-related system design. And all of this can be considered as part of the future work. And this is the references is kind of small because it's for me it's kind of a lot. So if you want to have a look, you can go to my paper. I have the complete list of the references by the end of the paper. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. If you have any questions, yeah.
Okay, thank you for interesting research and interesting presentation. And I have one question. And what type of car or particular model, which include all the best practice of your research, would you recommend to me personally and to my colleagues in Lithuania?
Oh, okay. So there are a lot of like rubber cars you can buy, like smaller ones that you can take experiment by yourself. But if you're talking about on your real car, I don't think this is ready to install in the real car yet. But maybe in the future, it's a low cost. I mean, it's only using a camera, so it's yeah. So.
Okay, it's a lot of criteria, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Questions from remote participants? No questions. Okay, thank you very much. And next presentation named Automatic Programming Problem Difficulty Evaluation, First Results. And we have on-site presenter, Artūras Karbalius.
Can everyone see me and hear me? Hello, everyone. My name is Artūras Karbalius, and I am presenting the initial results for an automatic programming problem difficulty evaluation system. Programming problems are oftentimes used to evaluate how well a person is capable of programming and it is also utilized to teach people how to program. The issue with this is that the difficulty of these programming problems oftentimes is subjective, as if you think about problems a specific way, they can become easier or harder. As such, my attempted solution was to apply machine learning and use it to evaluate the difficulty of these exercises. Similar systems had been attempted in the past. Two examples I had found in particular had been the test-aware attention-based convolutional neural network, which had been intended for reading exercises, and the hybrid AI, in which case an expert would provide the initial settings, and from there a generic algorithm was applied by taking advantage of student feedback. However, at the time it was not fully realized and contained several mistakes. In our case, we had used over 5,000 different entries obtained from codechef.com and hackerrank.com and built a data set. It contained a name for the exercise, a description, a variable number of images, and one of 5 difficulty levels: beginner, easy, medium, hard, or expert. Initially, I had attempted to apply text-based evaluation. Several pre-processing methods were applied: tokenization, stemming, lemmatization, and a bag of words. And from there, various algorithms were tested to see which one gains the highest amount of accuracy. If a particular algorithm was more suited for binary classification rather than multi-class classification, then either a 1 versus 1 method or a 1 versus all method was applied. The results of this turned out rather well, gaining over a 70% success rate with the best results. 5 of the best ones were random forest, decision tree, light GVM, logistic regression, and maximum entropy. In this graph, I've detailed 2 different types of accuracy. Micro accuracy, shown by the darker blue, simply indicates how well the system detected the correct difficulty level. Macro accuracy also takes into account what actual difficulty it was based on data. In essence, it calculated the accuracy for each category separately and then averaged them. From there, I had intended to also include images, and due to there being a variable number of images, I had decided to generate 1 large image out of the text and images. Text was generated using a standardized style, so it wouldn't try to use the different styles for difficulty evaluation, and from there the resulting image was evaluated. The results, unfortunately, were rather lacking in this case, only getting just barely above 40% with the best results. But from there, I had decided to attempt a different solution, a 2-branch neural network. In this case, text-based evaluation and image-based evaluation was applied, and the results of those were concatenated into 1. And these results were then re-evaluated to gain a final result. this had actually increased the accuracy up to a maximum of 94%. As such, I had come to several conclusions. Program exercises are likely best evaluated by using both images and text simultaneously in one way or another, rather than ignoring either one. For text-based evaluation methods, just by using standardized methods, the random forest ensemble model returned the greatest results. Based on what I had found, it is likely that a different model would be required for image-based evaluation rather than what was currently used, as the current models were intended for more standard images. Two-branch neural networks, however, were especially effective despite the image-based evaluation results being lacking. However, there are likely methods to improve these methods, for instance, by combining text and image data before the results rather than calculating them and then combining them. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for presentation. And we have one question. And
yes.
Could you please name the main challenge of your research? So, for example, the most difficult part or the most difficult task or problem which you need to solve?
Personally, I would say that the most difficult part was actually just the research of how to actually apply images.
What's the part? It is the initial stage of your research, I think.
Well, yes, but I mean in the sense of trying to find a method to apply images in a way that would still improve the accuracy rather than just diminish it further.
Okay. More questions? Okay, questions from remote users? Okay, no questions. So thank you very much. It is the first your presentation, yeah? In an international conference.
Yes, actually.
Okay, so greetings. Thank you. Okay. So, okay. So next presentation is blockchain-based cryptocurrency transaction data and balance anonymity improvement, and the presenter will be Professor Eligius Klauskas. Yeah?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, so could you please share your slides?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Now, I would like to present you some intermediate results on transaction data balance anonymity improvement. At this time,
excuse me, Professor. Could you please turn on to the presenter's view, F5?
F5. I'm pressing F5. Ah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So there are some movement in blockchain developers how to ensure confidentiality and verifiability of transactions and balance anonymity. And in this way, there are some solutions, but these solutions are partial, and total solutions have not been achieved yet. So in my presentation, I have constructed some framework for transactions, confidentiality, and anonymity. And I presented there the structure of transaction. Transaction consists of several inputs where money are transferred, say, from LS1, LS2, etc., to Bob, and Bob is transferring this money to other participants, say, TED1, TED2, and etc. So the amount of money in transaction for every input or output has the following structure. It is 32 zeros. It is amount having 33-bit length. It is also 64 zeros, and there is a nonce which represent random nonce which represent the transferred money amount. Now, these transactions are presented in vector form, and it is needed to apply some kind of signature. I will explain a little later. So every input has some dimension and is placed in vector space. It is Galois field with prime number p, and there is its dimension. And in the same space, the output vectors are also placed. Now, I'm considering a so-called unspent transactions output paradigm, and verification of validity of transactions should be provided by simple equation. This amount of inputs should be equal to amount of outputs. But in our case, we have the nonce random number represented by 128-bit length. So this balance equation should be also maintained for nonces of inputs sum and for nonces of output sum. But to make unspent transactions output paradigm valuable, it is required to ensure a change. Say if, for example, Bob receives 1 million satoshis, then and he would like to spend 6 million satoshis, then to maintain balance, it is required that remaining sum he will transfer to himself. So the last receiver of money will be Bob itself, and to maintain balance, the last nonce should be computed in this mode. So all these numbers then remains random selected, and balance of transaction token is maintained. Now, session signature for every transaction is created, and this transaction should be valid, authentic, and should be signed. And I propose to use so-called signature on the complement of vector space of inputs and outputs of transaction. So the complement of this vector of these vectors composing this vector space. And the complement means orthogonality, and so having input vectors and output vectors, yes, we can compose the system of linear equations. It is inner product of input I with unknown vector u and output g with unknown vector u. There is a system of linear equations, and so this vector u is determined by this system of equation. Then, after finding u, Bob computes vector d, and computation is performed in this way. So, after that, Bob signs vector d, computing signature on each value of this vector using, say, DSA digital signature. And there is a verification variable which should be satisfied when a signature is verified. So the validity of transactions is satisfied, is guaranteed by balance equations, and authenticity by special kind of signature, such kind that the signature is placed on orthogonal complement of the input and output vectors. That's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for interesting presentation. And I have one question. Have you been able to put this innovation into the practice using real case or transaction, or this is theoretical proposal only?
Yes, I think it could be practical application. It is not a very high degree of theoretical foundation, since I just collected known facts about known facts in mathematics, but my option and my wish is to realize in real life.
So this is the nearest future work, yeah?
Yes, of course, of course.
Great, great. Thank you. More questions? Questions from remote users? Okay, no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next presentation should be named Cloud-Based Cyber Incidents Response System and Software Tools. Do we have a presenter?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Could you please share your screen?
Yes, 1 minute, 1 second, please.
Okay, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, dear colleagues, Good afternoon for everyone. My name is Sergei Gnatyuk. I am from National Aviation University, Kyiv, Ukraine, and I want to present you results of our research study of our international team from Ukraine, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, titled Cloud-Based Cyber Incident Response System and Software Tools. Our presentation will contain these chapters, sections, motivation, analysis of problem, proposed method and system, concept of cloud-based CM system, experimental study, and conclusions. First of all, I want to give some background information about the security of service of cloud services from position of the security in cyberspace. When we are speaking about the cybersecurity, we have three main features, three main pillars: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And only providing all of these features, after providing this, we can speak about them some cybersecurity level. In cloud, we have a lot of problems and challenges, and data security may be compromised, risk of data loss in cloud services because there are not many regulators for users to see and monitor the data security during the data processing, storing, and transmission in the parts of cloud services. Users want to be confident in data security and privacy, and to do this, some solutions can be provided by intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems, security incident and even management systems, cyber incident response systems and models, and so on. When we are speaking about the critical infrastructure and our research study and our project is related with some sectors of critical infrastructure of the state, these challenges and problems are amplified, and we need to work on improvement the level of cybersecurity of cloud services when we are using it in information and telecommunication system in some sector of critical infrastructure of the state. Firstly, we have analyzed some pillars of cloud infrastructure, and today we have three main components, three main units: security, software as a service, platform, and infrastructure as a service. And some representatives of these categories you can see on this slide. From the viewpoint of security, we can divide some categories of attacks. For example, attacks on developed tools, on control tools, on virtualization, cloud software, and others. And to provide the some high security level, we need to implement encryption, authorization, authentication, and some privacy functions. So we have also analyzed them some security threats and attack types, as well as risk values for all three categories for software, for infrastructure, and for platform. And you can see on this slide the attacks types. For example, attacks on confidentiality, signature, attacks on users' credentials, on API keys, and others, and some risk values from low to high. Also, we have analyzed a lot of existing approaches in this sphere, and you can see 12 defined most popular and most effective approaches to detect, prevent the cyber threats in some information and telecommunication systems of critical infrastructure. Next step was analysis of CM systems, and you can see the result of this analysis with some criterion. And you can see that we have analyzed more than 20 CM systems. It was open source systems and some others commercial proposition in the market. And we have defined and identified some CM system based on the cloud platforms. After this, we have analyzed the security level from a position of cyber threats detection, vulnerability analysis, risk analysis, and others. And we have summed up that after this analysis, some systems have high requirements for computer resources. Some systems were complicated to implement, and some systems described only theoretically without some practical application. And not all algorithms have the ability to define maybe some new category of cyber threats, for example, zero-day attacks and others. So the main purpose of our work and first stage of our project was to develop and investigate cyber threat detection method for modern cloud services that can be useful for cyber incidents response systems and computer emergency response teams, SOC centers, and others. We have proposed the method of cyber threats detection, and this method was based on technological architecture and recommendation of Cisco for cloud centers. And you can see the layers of this method. From consolidation and aggregation, the data center assets to the attacks identification, and next operation for future counteraction and prevention these types of threats in critical infrastructure. We have proposed this our method based on secure cloud data center. You can see the model of this secure cloud data center in the left part of this slide. And also for training and for experiments, we have proposed to use NSL KDD database with 4 categories of attacks. These are DOS attacks, probe attacks, R2L, and U2R attacks. And subcategories of these sub-attacks, some subcategories of attacks you can see in the table on right part of this slide. Also, we have built the diagram of our method implementation in the cloud. You can see in this slide, and some requirements for method implementation. After this, our first important result was concept of cloud-based CM system. You can see this system on this slide, the scheme of this system. So the main structural units of our system are horizontal databases, analytical and monitoring units, cloud storage and sources, and also some additional functions and additional services such as encryption and authentication to provide some security level of our CM system. You can see in the left part of our scheme the encryption near cloud storage. So this CM can be implemented in critical infrastructure, maybe in complex with existed tools, for example, IDS systems, other CM systems, open source, or maybe from different vendors. And next we have done experimental study. This study we have divided into 2 steps, and first steps was in cyber threats detection with RStudio tool, using input data of 20% of NSL KDD data set, and you can see some results on this diagram. And during the experiment, the following results were obtained. The total percentage of threats detection was 96.35. Correctly classified were 95.89%, incorrectly respectively 4.11%. And also we have calculated false positives and false negatives. You can see on this slide. And the next step of our experimental study was simulation using cloud SIEM software. And after this simulation, we have declared that using of our proposed system and models, we have improved the detection level of cyber threats based on NSL KDD dataset. So in this study, we have analyzed a lot of theoretical information about the cybersecurity of cloud services and CM systems, IDS, IPS systems. We have proposed cyber threat detection methods and cloud-based processing center. After this, we have proposed a new concept of CM system, and our experimental study of this CM system with NSL-KDD dataset gives us the possibility to improve, to increase the efficiency of cloud system cyber threat detection till 93.8%. These results can be used as maybe some part of information security management system. For example, some system of incident response that can be used by computer emergency response teams or service operation centers. And few words about my department. I'm a representative of National Aviation University, as have I said, and my department is cybersecurity R&D lab, and this work is one of our projects, and with strong cooperation with our partners and our colleagues from Georgia and Kazakhstan. Our laboratory is specialized on cybersecurity, machine learning, artificial intelligence, critical infrastructure protection, and others. And so we are still open for cooperation. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Gnatyuk.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for interesting presentation. And I have one question. So, in your presentation proposed cyber freeze detection method and cloud-based response system have been developed. So, what about the practical implementation?
Okay, thank you for your question. These results are first stage of our research project. So we have not some practical application and implementation, but only the simulation using existed data set. But next parts of our project will be used some open source software and implementation on practice in real objects of critical infrastructure of the state.
Okay, and could you please name the main advantage over the existing kind of similar methods?
The main advantage is I think that high level of efficiency of cyber threats detection in some cases. For example, DOS attacks and some subcategories of other categories of attacks.
Okay.
In comparison with existence systems, similar systems.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And now we will have the last 2 days and this session presentation named Efficient and Secure Digital Signature Scheme for Post-Quantum Epoch. So, and presenter, I see we have Maxim Yavich
Yeah,
online.
Yeah, good day, Audrius.
Good day.
Are you coming to us?
I'll try. I'll try.
Okay. Okay. So, okay.
Yes, we can see. We can see.
So it is one more of our results in post-quantum cryptography, together with my Ukrainian colleagues. So here I want to offer the last result, in the frames of which we got the most efficient and secure digital signature scheme for post-quantum epoch, I think, what we have today. Yeah. So as we know, digital signatures are obligatory. Yes, in today's life, they have become the really key technology for making internet and infrastructure secure. Yeah, and of course they provide authenticity, integrity, and reputation of data. And they are very widely used in different identification and authentication protocols. The digital signatures which we use today are mostly RSA, DSA, CDSA, and so on. But we have the problem that the world is working on creating quantum computers, and Google works together with D-Wave. They are making quantum computers, but the problem is that quantum computers can break the existing crypto systems, asymmetric ones. So, and breaking these systems will cause, of course, breakings and digital signatures, such as I mentioned in the previous slide, and it will cause a great problem. In 2019, Google has announced that they already have created the computer which has some quantum supremacy. They compared it to IBM computer sets that for what IBM would need 10,000 years, they could do it in 200 seconds. Of course, IBM responded that it was a lie, that they didn't need 10,000 years for it. They could do it in a couple of days. But in any case, Google did it in some seconds and IBM did it in a couple of days. So there is something of quantum supremacy. I don't have here in the slide, but last year, Chinese have created a quantum computer, and they also say that it has something of quantum supremacy, and they really have, according to my research. They are different alternatives of RSA, but what is the topic of our today's research? It's hash-based digital signature schemes. Despite of the fact that they are offered different approaches of post-quantum cryptography, they still have different attacks on them, and they still have the various efficiency problems. And the efficiency spectrum is very, very important for today's cryptography because, for example, it is used online in internet, and the servers which process million tasks per second are using it. So inefficient cryptography will be unusable for them. So as we said, that traditional digital signatures which are used today in practice are vulnerable to the attacks of quantum computers. So we offer to use the hash-based digital signature schemes. One of the first representative of them was Lamford one-time signature scheme. There we had 2 n pairs of keys. And we had signature keys, verification keys, and we were using one-way function to get the verification key from the signature key. For signing the message, we were using the hash function. We were comparing the bits, and by means of this comparison, we were getting the signature. Also, there is the algorithm for verification. There is there is this used one-way function. Afterwards, the problem is that in Lamford digital signature scheme, the size of the scheme of the final signature is really big. To reduce it, Winternitz offered a new one-time signature scheme where he offered to sign different pieces multitaneously, and by means of this, reduce the signature scheme. It is a problem to use one-time signatures in practice because for every signature we need a new key and so on. So Merkle signature scheme was offered. With one key, it is possible to sign 2 to the H documents where H is the height of the tree. Here is what it looks like. We are here. We have signature keys. We apply one-way function to them, get verification keys. Afterwards, by means of the hashing, we get this node. Concatenation of these nodes and hashing gives us this node, and so on. Like this, we go to the public key, and every neighbor node to this is called flatter node. So the final signature is still our one-way signature, our public key, the index of the key from which we began, the verification corresponding key, and all that flatter nodes. To verify the signature, we were verifying one-time signature and afterwards the public key. Here is shown that, for example, one-way functions are used very many times in Merkle. Because first of all, we use here hash function 2 to the h plus 1 minus 1 times, and also we're using one-way signature, one-time signature. We also want one-time functions are used. So it is very inefficient because to generate a public key, we need to calculate 2 to the h pairs of one-time keys, and to store such amount in memory is a problem. So the scientist offers to use PRNG, and it is used like this. The seed is going to PRNG, we get a new seed, the seed goes next to the PRNG, and always we have two outputs. One is for the new signature key, one is for new seed. It was shown that a lot of pseudo-random number generators can be broken in practice. For example, Bloom-Micallien, which was considered safe, but according to our analysis, quantum computers can break it. So we must create find the post-quantum pseudo-random number generator, which can be used in Merkle. So, according to our research, there are two NIST offers, HDBRG and HMAC-DBRG, which are safe, and they are safe against the attacks of quantum computers, and they can be used in post-quantum cryptography. And they use a hash function, which is very good for us, because here in this research, we also worked a lot with these hash functions. Of course, pseudo-random number generators use the seed, and we offer to use a quantum seed here, because in 1961 the researchers offered to use quantum phenomena as a source of randomness. They begin to work on it, to develop, and so on. So we analyzed radioactive based quantum random number generator. We analyzed how they work, their advantages and disadvantages. There was just a description of this optical quantum random number generator. No, it's not very important for now. And today, almost all existed quantum random number generators are based on quantum optics. And the time of arrival generators were also representatives of these ones. So they also have analyzed them, found the advantages, disadvantages, and so on. Afterwards, we analyzed photon counting generators and also the advantages, disadvantages. We have summarized them. And finally, we have created the mix, the combined version of photon counting quantum random number generators and attenuated pulse quantum random number generators. It is more efficient than the previous ones, and it is rather secure. One problem, what is in this? post-quantum digital signatures are that the hash function are used minimum times. Okay, hash functions and one-way functions. Usually we offer for one-way function to use SHA-2 because the same is used in hashing, but SHA-256 is insecure. It's not secure against quantum computers. Because of it, we offer to use SHA-512. But when we integrate it into the schemes, we made the corresponding results and have seen that it is much slower. It is much slower than SHA-256. After our research, we found the Blake 2B hash function. We analyzed 2S and 2B. 2S is more used for 30-bit architecture, and 64-bit is more used for 64. So we worked with Blake 2B. We integrated it into our scheme. And what is interesting that we got even better results than in the case of SHA-512. They also exist Blake's 3, but it is, according to our research, still unusable and not secure to integrate it into Merkle for post-quantum epoch. So Blake 2B is the best option. So here is the offered scheme. We generate the key in the standard way. We sign it, but to generate it, we use our pseudo-random number generator with a seed got by quantum random number generator, with our novel method. Afterwards, by means of it, we sign the message, we verify the message, and afterwards we integrate it. Blake 2B instead of SHA-512, and we got even better result that we had in SHA-256. So the experiment showed that Blake 2B, integration Blake 2B is the most important, the most efficient option. Security, the scheme doesn't differ a lot from the original one. We have made 2 great improvements. The first one, we integrated pseudo-random number generator with the quantum random number generator as a seed. I must emphasize that quantum random number generator was created by us, and it was tested. By the way, I had the opportunity this year to test it in Spain, one of the universities, and it is really working. And another improvement that we have inserted here, Blake 2B hash function, which is also secure. Okay, these are our results, and please questions.
Okay, thank you, Maxim, for presentation. And in general, I have one question. And in your article, you stated that various quantum attack resistant alternatives to RSA have been developed. And could you please name the essential advantage of your proposal over those alternatives?
Yeah, as I said, one of these alternatives are hash-based digital signatures, and scientists are working on the improvement of them, and we have made 2 improvements of it. First of all, we have integrated pseudo-random number generator to efficiently store the information, and the second one, we have inserted the more efficient one-way function. So we have made 2 improvements.
Yes, but the main problem is that it is not possible to verify these alternatives as well as your proposal, or not?
What is the problem?
It is impossible to verify the solution, the proposal.
To make the experiments, yes? Yeah. I understand. Yes, this opportunity we don't have, but As I told you, as I said in my presentation, this year I was in Spain, in the University of Valladolid, and they have the quantum laboratory. So the pieces of approaches I have assessed, and it really works.
Yes, very interesting research for the future. Okay, it's very interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for presentation. And it was the last today's presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you for participants. And we worked according to the schedule and finished right on time. So thank you very much. And I invite you and hope to see all of you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we will have the keynote presentation, and after keynote presentation we will have the 3 sessions. So thank you very much for today, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you.